Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Bonded with a Military Assault Droid. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku stood on the rooftop, thinking over his life. He only ever wanted to be a hero to help people, to be a hero that inspired the same way All Might inspired him. But he was born quirkless. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joins in his pinky, like roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research that's available, it's safe to say your son isn't going to develop a quirk. The doctor explained matter-of-factly, as though he was impartially delivering a terminal diagnosis. It may as well have been. His dad walked out. A job opportunity opened up in America. Hisashi told Inko as he packed his clothes away. America? That's overseas. How often will we get to see you? We aren't struggling too badly right now. I can pick up more shifts. Inko protested, tears rolling down her face. Your son needs you here, now more than ever. Hisashi scoffed, a puff of smoke shooting out his nose indignantly as he leveled a gaze at his wife. A quirkless kid. Please. I've been a laughingstock at work. So I've worked my butt off to be relocated as far away as they could get me. He growled. So you're abandoning us? No. I'll be sending you back money. How would that look otherwise? I'm no deadbeat. The walls of their apartment weren't particularly soundproof. A 5-year-old Izuku heard everything. His mom didn't believe in him. Izuku pointed at the video of All Might saving countless lives, eyes flush with tears. His mother watched him, sadness welling in her heart. Do you think I can be a hero too? Inko stepped forward, collapsing to the chair her son sat in, pulling him into a hug. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. She apologized profusely. That wasn't what he needed her to say. Couldn't she see? His peers and teachers told him he was useless. For the entirety of preschool, elementary, and junior high, Izuku was in hell. He was the favored punching bag of quirk users his age. Teachers turned a blind eye to the blatant crimes being committed by their students, not taking the chances to risk ruining the reputation of Katsuki. Katsuki, born with the quirk perfect for heroics. Kacchan, who left handprint-shaped burns all over Izuku's body. Mocked him for being unable to defend himself. How the hell could he protect anyone else? Every day, Kacchan called him Deku. Useless. Every day, Izuku believed him a little more. His best friend told him to kill himself. Izuku was taunted by his classmates as they heard he had applied for UA like Katsuki had. Of course the teacher had revealed that tidbit publicly, knowing Diamin well what the reaction would be. The explosive blonde had been particularly violent after hearing that, sending him reeling as his desk was blown up. After class was dismissed, Katsuki snatched Izuku's hero analysis for the future number 13 notebook from him and set it on fire between his palms before tossing it out. Another verbal thrashing. Another burn on his shoulder. The worst came as Katsuki took his leave, his lackeys following dutifully. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. Then take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Izuku met his challenge with an indignant glare, but was quickly quelled from so much as speaking up as Katsuki lit his palms up, daring him to give him a reason. Izuku didn't. He'd stopped fighting back long ago. His hero killed his dream. On the walk home from school, Izuku was ambushed by a villain made entirely of sludge. Before the villain could push itself into the boy's body to hide out, All Might came to the rescue, sparing Izuku from certain doom, even signing the soggy notebook that Izuku had pulled from the school's koi pond earlier. Izuku, desperate to ask his biggest idol the question that had plagued him for years, grabbed the hero by the ankle before he could leave. Luckily, All Might noticed the young boy holding on for dear life, and quickly landed as gently as he could on a rooftop. Lecturing Izuku on not putting himself in danger with reckless stunts like that, and confirming that the sludge villain was still bottled securely away in the pockets of his cargo pants, All Might made to leave. Is it possible to become a hero, even without a quirk? Izuku asked. All Might stopped, still looking away. The strongest man of all time frozen by a child widely considered less capable than a toddler with a quirk. I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? He asked again. All Might's time limit ran out, blood spewing from his mouth as steam hissed out of his muscles, deflating the symbol of peace into his true skeletal form before Izuku's very eyes. All Might checked the sludge villain was still unconscious before continuing. He lifted his shirt to show a spiderweb of a scar overlapping the whole of his left abdomen. Then he launched into an explanation for why he looked the way he did, how he had fought the worst villain of all time and was left without most of his stomach organs, and why if something like that could happen to the greatest hero of all time, someone without a quirk didn't have a chance at living long as a hero. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains can't be beaten without powers. He dryly explained without so much as a hint of a smile. So, can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. All Might suggested plenty of other ways to help people, like being a police officer. His tone said he knew Dimon well it wasn't a very comforting thought or a desirable role. In his heart, All Might wanted nothing more than to protect the kid from putting himself in any more danger than he had already done. He was a fluffy green ball of trouble, too reckless. Izuku didn't feel protected. He felt crushed. All Might walked to the roof access, opening it, and paused at the exit. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. He spoke honestly. Just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic. Understand? Then he was gone. And Izuku was alone on top of a roof. His whole life had flashed before his eyes as he gripped All Might's leg, the wind rushing past him as he did everything he could not to die. He saw his life through rose-tinted lenses then. Now, he thought about his life, and was realistic. He hadn't had a good life. He'd never have a good life. He was defenseless. Useless. Worthless. He'd never be a hero without a quirk. He shrugged his backpack off, and dragged his feet to the edge of the roof, looking down at all the people. He could see All Might walking away with a slouch, blending in with the civilians easily. On his way to a police station to turn in the sludge villain. Izuku thought seriously about his future. He didn't believe for a second he'd make it as even a mall cop. His schoolmates had drilled that into him that someone like him could only ever be in the way. As long as he was alive, he was a burden. He was a pebble in Kacchan's path to greatness. He was the reason his dad left. He was a burden on his mother ever since the diagnosis. Izuku loved quirks. He studied quirks almost religiously, breaking down every aspect of them that he could observe, obsessed with their capability. He'd been called jealous and creepy for his trouble. There was nothing he wouldn't do for a quirk of his own. He walked along the railings on the roof edge, sliding his hand on the cold metal as he navigated to the side of the building facing the alley between this building and the next. If Izuku had a quirk, he wouldn't be Deku anymore. Pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. He pulled his legs over the railing and didn't hesitate for a second. His green eyes were already completely dead. Take a swan dive off the roof. He jumped. Izuku had chosen the alleyway for a reason. He didn't want to jump somewhere public where he'd traumatize people, or worse, land on someone. Even in the process of trying to kill himself, he thought more of others' sake than his own. Luckily for him, that meant that instead of dropping 5 stories onto pavement, he landed perfectly on his back in a dumpster, the impact absorbed by very soft food waste and cardboard thrown out by the bakery beside it. Despite the relatively soft landing, it was still a 5-story drop. Izuku went unconscious instantly, buried alive in the trash. When he finally gained consciousness, everything hurt, it was hard to breathe, and it was dark out. "Hello," he called out hoarsely. He wheezed for breath and tried to move. He couldn't. He was still alive, but he still couldn't do anything. The thought of being in the trash where he belonged crossed his mind, and he began laughing softly, the small choked sound echoing in the empty alleyway. The laughs slowly turned to cries as the injustice of still being alive only to somehow slowly die gripped Izuku's soul. He closed his eyes, tears still pouring forth. And he lost consciousness again. The last thing Izuku thought before he passed out again was that he was sad he couldn't see his mom again one last time. The world jolted sideways, and Izuku blinked awake. He had experienced the worst dream of his life. He dreamed he'd met All Might and jumped from a— Oh no. Those weren't blankets. Those were plastic bags. He was still in the dumpster, which was currently being hoisted up by a hydraulic forklift for dumping into a garbage truck. No. Stop. Help. I'm in there. Izuku tried calling out, but he couldn't be heard over the sound of the mechanism hissing as it poured the dumpster's contents into the back of the truck. The barely conscious boy fell face first into a much less comfortable assortment of junk, with the rest of the trash that cushioned his fall now burying him alive. Faced with the horrible fate of being crushed to death, Izuku desperately clawed his way to the surface of the garbage, gasping for breath. The noxious rotting smell gave the impression of a grave. Gripping the edge of the top of the truck, Izuku tried pulling himself up over the lip. The truck started, driving out of the alley and towards a busy thoroughfare. All he could do was keep holding on. He watched helplessly as buildings passed. Judging by the sky, the sun was just barely starting to rise. Izuku tried calling out a few more times for help, but nobody heard. Not a single hero was in sight. The truck stopped again and he took his chance. Finally pulling himself onto the roof of the truck, Izuku laid flat, still gripping the edge of the hole for dear life. More trash was thrown into the hole in front of him, and the compactor began crushing where he had just been buried. A shiver at the thought of being crushed alive traveled down his spine. At least jumping was meant to be over and done with quickly. Izuku was becoming more and more disillusioned from the romance of ending his own life. He was going to be in so much trouble if he managed to survive this. Help! Izuku cried out to the driver. Why can't you hear me? Inside the cabin of the garbage truck, the driver was blasting Carameldenson as loud as he was allowed to without being fired. Izuku's arms felt like ground beef, which was impressive considering they had survived a 5-story fall and gripping to the top of a truck. Mercifully, the truck seemed to have reached its final stop at a dump. It took the world turning on its head for the second time that morning for Izuku to realize that wasn't just a good thing. The truck's back end was slowly sloping back to dump its contents over the ledge the truck had backed up to. The metal roof slid out from under his exhausted fingers, and he fell off the back of the truck with the rest of the garbage, landing roughly into the stinking pile. He watched helplessly on his back as the truck drove away from the cement ledge. Izuku forced himself to his feet, unsteady on the garbage as he tried to reach the ground. Immediately, he slipped on something wet and plunged face first to the sand. He shook his face clean, spitting out the grains of sand that had gotten into his mouth. His sore body and joints were grateful for the somewhat soft ground, but his throbbing face and aching neck didn't share that sentiment. Making a second Herculean effort to pull himself to his knees, he looked around at what he realized was a beach. A really disgusting beach, packed with piled upon piles of trash. He started limping slowly through the piles of scrap, aimlessly taking in the absurdity of his situation. He'd survived relatively unscathed from a suicide attempt, was dumped on a trash-filled beach, and smelled like he'd managed to die. Taking a sniff of his destroyed school uniform, he decided that his mom would probably appreciate him coming home wet rather than filthy. Izuku waded into the water, hissing as the icy morning tide washed over him. He soaked, taking in the sunrise coming over the waves. He took a deep breath, getting some much-needed fresh air in a moment of peace. It was a beautiful sight hidden behind all the trash. A small comforting glow at the end of a long dark tunnel. A long dark yesterday. Izuku frowned, pulling his knees up to his face and averting his eyes from the fiery first light. Not like today would be much better. Or tomorrow. Maybe he'd drown himself. A trash compactor had been a horrifying experience, but wasn't drowning supposed to be? Clatter. Izuku was pulled from his depressing train of thought by a disturbance in the mountains of garbage behind him. He spun around, instantly on edge at the prospect of being involved in a second villain incident in 2 days. Why your clatter? Shaking the water from his arms, his curiosity got the better of him. Against all horror movie rules, Izuku went to search for the mysterious ruckus. If it was a villain, he could just call for help. Because people had totally been able to hear his exhausted cries for help before, hadn't they? Hello? Is someone there? He called out, pushing his damp green curls out of his eyes. Thud sabyr. Izuku walked between the heaps cautiously, feet barely making a sound on the sand with a quiet step practiced from avoiding attention in Aldera. The noises didn't sound dangerous, they sounded almost desperate. But more than that, they sounded, Hey, why you okay? You look like you need help. Wire click thud. Shush, it's okay, I'll get you out of here. Stop moving. You've got something jammed in your eye. Is that an arm? Wire. Okay, keep still. Let me start with the stuff on top of you. Izuku climbed onto the pile of garbage, lifting as many appliances as he could reach, throwing them behind him, one after the other. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Did you have a name? Wire click. Right? Sorry, stupid question. Stupid. Izuku groaned, wedging a pipe under a discarded water feature to pry it loose. This might take a while. Sorry. How could you not have found him? Inko wailed, falling to her knees as sobs racked the stout woman's whole being. Bakugo Mitsuki, her good friend, knelt beside her in an uncharacteristic show of gentle sympathy. The spiky blonde leveled a mean glare in a very characteristic show of no-nonsense viciousness towards the police officers. In both mothers' opinions, the police had been FING unhelpful. You've been completely FNG unhelpful. Isn't there a hero we can talk to, someone with a tracking quirk or some sheet? Mitsuki asked, her patience long since run dry. Izuku could probably have sorted every pro-hero in existence by how effective they would be at finding him in the time it would take for you to start looking. The officers sighed, and the senior partner began trying to de-escalate. We're doing everything in our power to locate your son, ma'am. A bald-faced lie. The moment Inko had admitted her son was quirkless when the 119 operator asked for a full description, the urgency had dropped from missing child to missing sock. In the eyes and experience of both cop on the case, Izuku was already a statistic. If you're doing everything you can to find him, why the F are you here, and not literally any fucking where else searching? We know Izu isn't here, that's why it's called being missing. Mitsuki growled, teeth gnashing as she resisted the urge to use the word pig to their face and ruin any chances Izuku had. His school has checked its premises top to bottom for him. According to their security feeds, he left school shortly after the rest of the other students, and should have been on his way home. We've looked into any potential villain attacks that were reported that he could have been involved in, but we haven't gotten anything back yet. The younger officer assured the pair. The only thing left for you is to wait for now, keep your phone on, stay here. Eventually he'll show up one way or another. You think he's killed himself? Inko ummed, pointing a shaking finger at the younger officer. You're just waiting for his body to get reported. Oh, God, Izuku. Weeping overtook her again, muffled into the pavement horribly as she grieved the mere thought of her beautiful son being taken from her. We don't know that he's dead for certain, there's still hope. The older officer declared with an angry elbow jab into his partner's chest. I promise we'll bring him back to you one way or, never mind. FING idiots. Mitsuki grunted, trying to lift Inko to her feet to bring her somewhere that her neighbors weren't gawking at her like a reality TV show from outside their apartments. Come back when you find him. Alive. Understood? Mom? Mom. A familiar voice called out from down the street. Inko's tear-streaked face shot out from her friend's hug, searching desperately for my baby. Inko wailed, sprinting with a level of athleticism unassuming of her physique. But I was so worried about you. Never scare me like that again. Found him. The younger officer said to Mitsuki. Pig. Mitsuki muttered, crossing her arms. I'm so sorry, Mom, it's hard to explain, but I promise I'm fine. Izuku said through his mother's fussing. Why are you all wet and dirty? Where have you been? His mother demanded, looking over him. I thought the worst. I thought I had lost you. Izuku felt his heart clench with regret under the weight of his mother's love, but he forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm safe and sound. Better than ever actually. He assured her. How the hell are you fine? You look like you were pushed down a trash chute. Mitsuki demanded. Hold on, Let me introduce him. Izuku proposed. That'll explain everything. Introduce who? The senior officer asked, having been writing on a notepad the whole time. Izuku hesitated, then turned down the street he had come from. Freckles. Come. He called with his hands cupped beside his mouth in a makeshift megaphone. Then he whistled. Heavy footfalls shook the earth as a shadow fell over the group. Every adult's mouth fell agape and their heads tilted back as the thing walked right up behind Izuku and stopped. It was easily 20 feet tall. Green armor coated most of its hull. It stood on two digitigrade legs connected either side to a narrow central pelvic chassis, with a much wider and larger triangular head reminiscent of an insect. Either side of the main body had a short appendage with 5 missile-launching barrels held in its left and a minigun in its right. The surface of the green exterior had small red painted spots reminiscent of Freckles. It was a giant killer robot. Everyone meet Freckles. Freckles, say hi. Izuku tapped the thick legs standing beside him. The robot stood a little taller on its neck-craning legs, angling its head and weapons directly at the 2 police officers. Enemy soldiers detected. A deep, resonating voice modulator declared from the robot. Those aren't soldiers, Freckles, they're police. They must have been looking for me. I'm sorry about, Izuku began, but was interrupted by the whine of the missile launchers priming. A threatening glow emanated from the barrels. Firing main cannons, Freckles announced, still looking down at the cops with its faceless hostility. The cops barely began fumbling for their sidearms in shock, still slack-jawed. No. Freckles. Stop. Don't kill anyone. They're good. Police are good. Izuku panicked, jumping in front of his robot's line of sight, waving his arms desperately. Yes, master. Freckles obeyed without hesitation, lowering his body into its slightly less aggressive stance, moving and recocking its missile-launching limb in a way that suggested it was reloading. Whoa, Inko began, doing her best impression of a fish in space as she looked from Izuku to Freckles in shock. I got my quirk. I have a quirk. I can be a hero. The smile on Izuku's face was blinding, brighter than it had been for years. Inko tilted back on her heels and promptly fainted. Inko sat at her son's bedside in the hospital the 2 had been taken to. She had a dazed expression as she held Izuku's hand. Can you explain it again, Izuku? She asked faintly. How did you get a quirk? I guess I always had it. I mean toe joints? Doesn't that sound a little pseudo-scientific to you? Izuku improvised. Okay, but why haven't we seen it until now? She asked. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I don't understand. I mean, after everything. I was having a rough day at school, and afterwards I kinda went where I didn't belong, down to Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Hanging around the trash and a bunch fell on me. It was stupid, I was being stupid. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he lied through his teeth. I was scared, in danger. Then Freckles appeared. He was just there, suddenly. And he saved me. So your quirk can summon robots? Inko asked doubtfully. She wouldn't claim to be an expert on quirks, but Pull plus Fire Breath Robot Guardians sounded a bit far-fetched. I don't know what it can do, really. I only just figured out I have it. Izuku shrugged. When are we going to be able to go home? I can't miss too much school if I want to get into UA. Inko clutched Izuku's hand tighter. Izuku, you have a concussion and bruises all over you. They found a fracture in your rib and internal bleeding. Inko said pointedly. Oh, right. You aren't going anywhere until after you recover. No school. You need rest. And, Inko hesitated, we need to have a talk. About what? Izuku asked apprehensively, hearing the serious yet delicate tone his mother took when she treated him like glass. About UA. Inko started, holding up her other hand to stop Izuku from cutting her off. Not what you think I mean. When you were missing, that was the worst day of my life. The fear of never seeing your kind and bright smile again made me feel like I had been ripped apart. The fear of losing you has always been unbearable. She wiped a tear from her eye, sniffing. I apologized to you all those years ago when you asked if you could be a hero. That's not what you wanted to hear, but all I've ever wanted is for my baby to be safe, she continued. I'm not, Izuku protested, but Inko pressed on. You're not a baby, but you're my baby. My son. It's my job to keep you safe, but I only made you miserable, she explained. You may have been safe, but not from yourself. I realize that now with crystal clarity. Izuku's lips twitched with the urge to be a thin line. He resisted. So if you apply to UA, if you're Quirk, that robot. His name is Freckles. Izuku stated bluntly. Freckles, just. If your Quirk gets you a spot in the hero course, can you promise Freckles can keep you safe, the way you want to keep others safe? Izuku looked up into his mother's eyes and saw only love in. His insides squirmed as he answered evenly. Yes. I promise. I'll be safe. He hoped he wasn't lying. He was already lying about so much. There we go, that's most of the garbage cleared away. Izuku wiped his forehead clean of sweat as he looked out on the exposed hull of the robot. Are you able to get up? Why here is a... One of the legs pushed out from under it, forcing the heavy body forward, digging a trench in the sand behind it. Okay, that leg works. What about the other one? Click, 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 click. Yeah, it has some stuff stuck in it, even looks like it's fallen off a bit. What can I do to? PSHisis. The top of the robot's head seemed to unfold a bit, opening up to reveal the inside. Izuku approached the back of it to get a good look into the hatch. Inside, a blue light from a circuit in the center of all the complicated hardware glowed almost beautifully. Oh. Are some of these unplugged? Like this, Izuku plugged a green wire into another green wire, and the intact leg immediately kicked out violently, missing Izuku by a hair. The leg struck pile of scrap, leaving a sizable crater. Okay, wrong wire. How about? A small analog screen within the chassis of the robot suddenly sparked to life. Text flew across the screen, several logos and commands Izuku couldn't make heads or tails of. Eventually, the words were replaced with very familiar-looking schematics. Most of the areas on the schematics were flashing red, like the arms, the legs, and inside the head. Okay, that will make this way easier. This looks surprisingly simple, and nothing looks damaged, just taken apart. Where do I start? Izuku's concussion ended up costing him only 3 days of school. He'd be back for physical therapy for his ribs, but beyond that, he was allowed back to school as long as he kept it easy. He'd been excited to reveal that he had a quirk. His mother had taken him and Freckles to be registered as quirked. That had been an interesting meeting. So your quirk calls a giant robot into existence? We've had a fair share of summoning quirks, but never something like that. How giant are we talking? The examiner behind the desk, Izuku and Inko, were seated before. They had both come to the town hall for a meeting with the man in charge of cataloging and registering quirks of their district. Big. He sort of appears where you least expect him to. He's sneaky for a giant. Izuku mumbled. I know this might be an ask, but we're going to need to see a demonstration, if you'd be willing. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just not every day a late bloomer discovers such a unique quirk. The balding thin man asked, suppressing a smirk. Sure. Can we go to the parking lot? He might not fit in such a small office. No offense. Izuku replied happily with no small dose of sass before Inko could speak up. The examiner shrugged and got up, leading the pair outside the building. They stopped in an empty portion of the parking lot. Begin when you wish. Or, wait, does it only work when you're in danger? The man looked around theatrically. Actually, I don't even need to summon him in this case. He's never far. Aren't you, Freckles? Izuku looked pointedly behind the man. Inko started, still unused to how Freckles seemed to appear from nowhere. Affirmative. Freckles droned from right behind the examiner as he whirled around, falling and crawling backwards in a panic from the giant robot pointing multiple weapons directly at him. No threats detected. The robot judged, turning away and stomping around behind Izuku. My goodness. The examiner laughed nervously, then stood up, masking his shock with a serious face. I'll admit that's impressive, but how can I tell that's really a quirk? I mean, this could. What? You think I found or stole a giant killer robot that wants to obey my every command that you didn't notice until just now? Izuku asked incredulously. Damn. Fair enough, son. The man coughed. So now Izuku was officially no longer a quirkless individual in the eyes of the law. After the paperwork had been done, Izuku did get a long lecture about never using his quirk for villainy, but that was followed by an enthusiastic praise at his mention of wanting to apply for UA. The day and night of how it felt to be praised instead of mocked for his dream was mind-boggling. Izuku was a little relieved that Freckles had refused to leave him behind when he went to school. Izuku had protested that he couldn't just take a giant robot with him everywhere, that people would panic. Freckles countered very matter-of-factly that nobody would see him unless he wanted them to see him. He had a point. Izuku mulled this over as he entered the grounds of Aldera Junior High. He wasn't even halfway across the courtyard before Katsuki made himself known. "Hey nerd, where the have you been? You been hiding from me?" Katsuki stalked towards him, his weapons-grade hands stuffed deep in his pocket with an agitated hunched posture. He leaned forward into Izuku's personal space. "Hi, Kacchan. I had an accident so I just got out of the hospital." He stuttered, grinning nervously. "It's a really long story. I don't give a f about how clumsy you are, shitty Deku. What's this the hag keeps going on about you and a quirk?" Katsuki snarled, baring his teeth almost ferally. "Have you been holding out all this time? Trying to keep secrets? Or are you just stupid enough to try faking a quirk?" "It's not like that, Kacchan. To us. All of it. There's no way the hag wasn't pulling my chain. A giant robot? Seriously?" Katsuki's hand slipped out of his pocket and made a move for Izuku's throat, but Freckles chose that moment to step through the front gate to protect his master. His narrow feet cracked the brickwork beneath them as he strode evenly up to the boys, making a spectacle much more noticeable than the usual scene of Katsuki blowing up. Students and staff alike backed off to the edges of the courtyard as far as they could get from the visibly weaponized robot. Katsuki was visibly shocked in a way he hadn't been since childhood. Remembering himself, the self-proclaimed next #1 hero stood his ground, letting his palms spark. He didn't see a face, but Katsuki could tell the robot was staring him down, judging by those very real-looking guns pointed at him. "What the F dash? What the F dash, Deku?" He spat. "What the F is this? You think you're stronger than me now? You think you're scary now that you brought a FING toaster to school?" The crowd around them certainly seemed to think so. Threat level increased. The robot noticed, standing straighter in what Izuku recognized as his combat-ready stance. "No, Freckles, it's okay. This is Kacchan, a friend. Please don't try to kill him too." Izuku begged a little exhaustedly. "God, the poor mailman. Freckles? Find you Freckles? That's what you named this shitty junk heap." Katsuki barked a mean laugh. "UFNG would shitty Deku. Don't think your little pet here changes a thing. I'm still going to be the only student from this sheet school to graduate from UA. You're still just as effing useless as you've always been. Bullying other students verbally or physically is punishable by death," stated Freckles loud and clear for everyone. A chill went over the courtyard. Death threats hit differently from a giant robot with guns and missiles than it did from a blonde teen with half that firepower and speaking volume. "Bring it, septic tank. I'll take you apart." Katsuki snarled. He pulled a right hook, cooking an explosion in his palm. "Freckles, Kacchan, stop. Please." Izuku stood between them. Katsuki knocked him aside easily, and Freckles was forced to act in kind. Firing main cannon. Boom boom boom. 3 missiles smashed a crater into the ground, sending debris and Katsuki flying. His natural resistance to explosions was the only thing that saved him at such close range. Katsuki landed unsteadily on his feet, building up a sweat with consecutive blasts of rage from his hands. "That is enough, you two. Completely unacceptable." An adult spoke up, outraged, from behind Katsuki, in the entrance of the school building. The principal of Aldera himself walked up to Katsuki and grabbed his shoulder. "No fighting. If you two don't calm down, you'll both end up with permanent marks on your records for fighting. You don't want to ruin your chances to be heroes." Do you? There's no reason to squander your abilities. It was hard to tell who was more shocked at the concept of a teacher standing up to Katsuki, or Izuku. The blonde stared blankly at the old man as though he had approached him with his wrinkled fist up his bulbous nose. Izuku raced forwards in front of his robot and bowed deep. I'm very sorry, sir, Kacchan. Freckles is just a bit overprotective. He won't do anything like this again. Right, Freckles? He glanced up pleadingly at his unflinching protector. Affirmative. Freckles agreed, finally turning away from Katsuki to look at Izuku directly. Good. I've been in communication with your mother about your quirk, Midoriya. I want to hear you're keeping control of it from now on. The principal nodded authoritatively. Katsuki seethed and grumbled with his jaw clenched, turning around to storm past the head of the school, but was stopped. And you, Bakugo? The principal called after him. Effing what? Katsuki turned back angrily. The principal didn't warn him to watch his tone, but he did do something equally impossible. Don't you have an apology for Midoriya? You owe him one as well. It was like being thrown very violently into another universe. Bakugo Fing Katsuki apologized to pathetic quirkless Deku? But he wasn't quirkless anymore, was he? While that sank in for the gawking student body, including Katsuki and Izuku, Freckles stared down Katsuki again. Disregarding disciplinary action from a school official is punishable by death. Freckles warned. Effing what? Katsuki asked again, baring his palms again, but the principal stepped in again. Bakugo! Apologize! He demanded. A tense silence stretched out over the courtyard as Katsuki lowered his hands and shoved them into his pockets. Sorry. Katsuki forced out while looking at the ground, absolutely refusing to meet Izuku's eyes. He spun around to enter the school and grumbled something under his breath that his former best friend almost didn't catch over his own attempts to calm Freckles down. Sorry, your shitty quirk has more spine than you do. Izuku clenched his teeth but tried to pretend he hadn't heard. The principal was much more successful pretending he hadn't. He walked back into the school as though the matter had been dealt with to satisfaction. Oh, and Izuku, I'm willing to let you off on quirk usage in public this once, but if the Freckles causes any more damage to school property, I won't be so lenient. Keep it off school grounds. The principal warned over his shoulder. Izuku patted Freckles on the leg, the warm metal comforting him slightly. You can wait outside, Freckles, I'll be fine, he said, more to himself than his robot. For the first time in recent memory, school didn't seem quite as scary when he had a new friend in his corner. It took major getting used to the new experience of not being called quirkless anymore. People still whispered and stared at Izuku in the halls and in his neighborhood, but the taunting and jeering had ended. The attention was on Freckles as much as it was on him. Instead of the constant tearing down and attacks, Izuku was treated to the slightly quieter disdain and fear that most heteromorphic quirk users dealt with daily. A giant man with horns usually would reliably sit alone on the train. A woman with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp claws wouldn't expect much in the way of eye contact or handshakes. Gang Orca himself had to lean into the scary angle for publicity purposes. Whenever Freckles was visible, his very existence was reported as a disturbance of villain attack, and Izuku had needed to explain, on 3 different occasions how his quirk worked. Eventually the local police grew used to simply informing the callers that the friendly boy posed no real danger, and legally there was nothing that could be done about Freckles without real evidence. Freckles kept out of sight in most cases, but preferred staying visible to not give the impression his master was defenseless in his absence. Aldera Jr. High never so much as dreamed of allowing a new chance to have an alumni become a UA attendee be squandered for something as mild as an explosion. After all, Katsuki had a bit of a temper, and had some mild outbursts plenty more times than Izuku's quirk ever caused. It would be fine not to have their records ruined by such minor incidents. Speaking of records, Izuku's couldn't have all his previous marks on his record as a troublemaking attention seeker wiped clean, so the school did the next best thing, marking down the admirable improvement in behavior this student has achieved recently, and stellar academic drive and accomplishments. Izuku's quirk status going from N to giant killer robot had apparently done wonders for Izuku's drive to improve himself from his delinquent ways. The quirk name hadn't been Izuku's idea, by the way. Well, I think we have all we need here, the examiner said, typing up his report. Midoriya Izuku, aged 14, Quirk, giant killer robot. He can summon a giant killer robot from out of nowhere to defend and obey him. His name is Freckles. He's not a killer. Izuku protested. Kid, I hate to break this to you, but even if you tell me right now those guns shoot confetti, there's no way I can legally classify this quirk under the name Freckles with how misleading that would be. The examiner raised his hands to show the matter was out of them. Try having that conversation 50 times. Hi, my quirk is Freckles. No, it's nothing to do with why Freckles, it's actually you get the idea. Izuku didn't think the conversation would be much worse than the ones he had when people had learned what his quirk was before he got Freckles. Izuku certainly came home with less bruises and burns from school. It felt nice not having to hide such injuries from his mom anymore. Especially after the hospital, nowadays she'd always hug and look over Izuku for any injuries that he could have gotten from a certain dangerous green machine. I'm home, Mom, Izuku called, dropping his bag at the door. On K, his mother swooped in, hugging him tightly. Izuku hugged back, knowing better than to complain. Did you have a good day at school, honey? Inko asked, giving him the usual once-over, walking with him back to their apartment's kitchen. Yeah, nothing special. I'm all caught up with my previous homework. Mr. Add junior high school teacher name here accepted my late work at full credit. He shared. That's very nice. I'm glad they've been supportive through your recovery. Inko smiled. Izuku forced one onto his face as well. It was the first time his teachers supported anything he did. Speaking of, now that I've fully recovered, I'm going out with Freckles later. He tried mentioning casually. Oh. Inko tried sounding just as casual. Where are you planning to go? To the beach I found learned I had a quirk. Where Freckles first appeared. He explained. Now that I'm all better, Freckles wants to give me training to make me a better hero. He says there's no reason I shouldn't have begun basic training already, and he has a point. There was a brief, uncomfortable silence as Inko digested that. She couldn't stop being worried about Izuku, but she'd promised to support him, so she'd keep her promise. Why Takoba? Isn't it dangerous there? She asked, hoping she didn't sound too discouraging. She just wanted her son to be careful. It is, but it's also a beach that used to be a nice place until people started using it as a dumping ground. Freckles takes up so much space and it's far enough away from everyone else that we won't bother anyone. And Freckles saved me from the trash once, he can do it again. Izuku argued. Inko nodded. Well, as long as Freckles is with you, I do feel a lot better. She admitted. I was meaning to ask you, how exactly did he save you from collapsed trash? He doesn't have any hands holding those guns, does he? Izuku thought fast. Okay, so the red wires connect to the green wires, representing negative and positive power currents. That's not confusing at all. Izuku commented, reconnecting circuits with ease. Mostly hardware in this head though, I don't know much about computers and robotics, but I thought there would be more computer. Why? People call me a motormouth. Do you have a speaker somewhere around here? I feel like I'm rambling to myself a lot. I hope I'm not bothering you, you just feel like a good listener. If I can give you a voice, you'd be able to tell me to shut up. Izuku offered. Underneath? The schematic had shifted to the underside of the head. According to the blueprints, the speaker had to be accessed from the bottom of the head, like a mouth. Well, unless you can lift yourself, I can't get to that yet. He spoke apologetically. The functioning leg sprawled behind the collapsed structure of the machine, curled up awkwardly and kicked out hard at a fridge, putting a hole right through it. Smaycrunch. Wire. I'm gonna just assume one word is yes, two means no for now. How's that? Wire. Izuku laughed. Okay, let's try to get your legs working for now. How can I reattach the other one? He, kicked it off. His legs look thin but they're really strong. He made up quickly. They don't look that thin to me. His mother commented. With how he shakes the ground where he walks, I bet he could squash a villain with just a stomp. Yeah, he mentioned something about that. I've asked him a lot about what he can do. He has the gun and missiles, obviously, but he also mentioned that he has energy shielding, dozens of sensors, tactical programming, and, yeah. He intentionally left out the active camouflage that was the secret behind his ability to seemingly come out of nowhere. It's quite a quirk you have, honey. Inko praised. What did you say he runs on? Your quirk, or do I need to factor in the electric bill? Don't you ask? He never mentioned that. Izuku promised. At the beach, Izuku and Freckles began clearing up an acceptably wide area to train in. Izuku picked up smaller sharp pieces of metal and junk, bagging them away safely. Freckles crushed scrap and abandoned appliances. Hey Freckles. Freckles turned immediately to face Izuku as he got his attention. I wanted to ask, what do you run on? I never did any work on your power source when I fixed you, it was already intact. Fusion reactor status is nominal. Fusion. Holy cow. Izuku stammered. Is that safe? Like, would that explode? Fusion reactors do not explode. Volatile energy sources are considered unreliable for combat conditions outside of nuclear armaments. Freckles informed his master. Self-destruct capabilities are non-existent. That's good. I wouldn't want you to self-destruct for anything anyways. It wouldn't do anyone any good. Freckles stared silently at Izuku for a moment. It was unusual for him to not respond immediately. Affirmative. He replied, then turned away to resume crushing materials into usable chunks. Right. Izuku mumbled. Oh, and if anyone else asks, we should just tell them you run on the power of our friendship or love or whatever. The finished makeshift training ground the unlikely pair had formed was a rectangle roughly 30 feet from the waterline to a wall of scrap, and 80 feet from end to end. The haphazard wall obscured Freckles from onlookers on the edge of the beach if he didn't stand up at full height, but the area was so sparsely occupied due to the smell that it wasn't really necessary. The first thing Izuku wanted to do was quirk training. This initially meant setting up small piles of cans atop boxes on one end of the arena, and having Freckles demonstrate his accuracy. Targets locked. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-ta-ta. Freckles fired a spray from his machine gun, and the cans ceased to exist. The intense rate of fire was easily managed with such precision that not a single anti-material round in the 8-shot successive burst missed a can. Objective complete. Whoa, good job, Freckles. Impressed as he was, Izuku had to admit, Freckles' aim was a scary thing. The thought of him actually killing someone didn't give him much pleasure, but his brief confrontation with Katsuki had left his friend alive. His friend? Well, that was a whole other can of worms, emotionally. Freckles was definitely a friend. Freckles was the first, well, not a person, but not a person, but the first one to help. Towards Izuku's dream. His loyalty was something Izuku didn't really understand, but was eternally grateful for. Freckles was probably about as strong as Kacchan. Maybe stronger, dare Izuku think? Kacchan would definitely be a good hero someday, but was he really a friend anymore? When had he stopped being one? Disconcerted from this depressing train of thought, Izuku distracted himself by diving into analyzing Freckles' capabilities, determinately sketching and marking details about Freckles in a fresh new notebook dedicated entirely to his own quirk and training. It was a gift from his mom after she'd learned he'd gotten a quirk, advising him to make sure he understood it as deeply as he understood the quirk around him. It felt wrong filling a journal with a fair amount of misinformation, but necessary. Okay, Freckles, can you give me a demonstration of how strong your legs are? I know they put out a lot of PSI, but I'm wondering what the limit is. They bear a pretty intense amount of armor, and although they aren't necessarily fast, most of the power behind your footsteps seems very deliberate and measured. Without even having arms, you're exceptionally skilled with moving around things. Are you able to attack with your legs? What sort of punishment can they take before you get knocked off balance? How far are you able to? Izuku began mumbling, lining up hypothesis after hypothesis, but was interrupted. Demonstrating. Freckles announced, then faced away from Izuku, reared up a leg high as it could reach, then cleaved it into the sand with previously unseen flexibility and speed. Oh, Even with Freckles' vicious attack aimed away from his master, Izuku still lost his balance as the entire beach shook. Sand around Freckles jumped several meters into the air, leaving a crater in the sand. Piles of junk around them collapsed from the tremors. The water sprayed away from the beach as air pressure knocked the waves back slightly. Izuku's previously curly hair was swept straight back away from his slightly sand-blistered face. He stared up at Freckles in awe as his robot turned around to address him again. Walking speed is limited to maintain optimal balance. Excessively complicated limb motions require rebalancing PRD. Freckles explained. A smile bloomed across Izuku's face. He pulled his butt out of the sand, turning around to find where his notebook had been blown. That's amazing. The last time I felt power like that was when All Might saved me from that villain. You're so strong, Freckles. He praised. You are observational, Izuku. Freckles replied. Izuku looked up, confused. What? You display useful observations. This will be necessary for strategic operations. Freckles explained. Thanks. They aren't anything special. Izuku wasn't used to being praised back. It felt odd. Almost wrong. You are extremely intelligent and analytical. You perform 12 accurate meta-ability summaries of convicted villains and professional heroes since you have been released from medical leave. This is exceptional, Izuku. Freckles continued. The robot's booming voice had a way of sounding like absolute law when it got unusually talkative. I don't think, Izuku began, but Freckles pressed on, walking closer and crouching low to be close. You lack the fitness standard of pro-heroics. You lack basic training. You lack self-esteem. Freckles' words were like a sledgehammer. This will be corrected. Prepare for calibration. Drop and give me 50 push-ubis. What? Now. Izuku scrambled, not feeling prepared. Now. Knees off the ground. Freckles ordered. Down. 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 Not knowing what else to do, Izuku dropped onto the sand, pushing himself up and down to the relatively slow pace the robot had set. It was miserable. By the 10th push-up, Izuku's skinny arms felt like they were about to break. By the 20th, he was having difficulty even keeping his knees up. He collapsed on the 25th. I can't gasp, do anyways more. He could barely speak. Resume. A hero does not give up. Freckles showed no mercy. That statement lit a fire in the small boy though. He grit his teeth and pushed on, till he finally completed his 50th push-up, sweating horribly and drooling a little into the sand. Roll over and give me 50 sit-ubis. Freckles ordered. Oh cough God. Izuku ummed, but still got into the position he remembered from gym class. Freckles lightly placed a metal foot over Izuku's shoes, holding him in place. The sit-ups were a lot easier than the sit-ups, but Izuku was still exhausted. Down. 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 The robot set the pace, and Izuku got through all of them without passing out. Stand and give me 50 squats. Freckles ordered. Izuku was sensing a pattern. What else puff will I have to do after that? Izuku asked desperately. Jogging, a water break, sprinting and deadlifting. Down. 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 Freckles answered, before immediately launching into conducting his master's next exercise. Then he made Izuku jog along the whole beach 3 times, gave him rest to down an entire water bottle, and made him run the beach again as fast as he possibly could, then had Izuku lift a dumbbell that someone had thrown out. Freckles made for a terrible spotter, not having any arms to stop the bar from falling into Izuku's chest when he lost grip of it. Sorry, Ikoff can continue. Not necessary. Calibration complete. Custom workout regiment calculated. Freckles informed him. Training is complete for today. Continue physical training this week, then next week we'll cover combat training. Fighting? Are you sure? Izuku was suffering whiplash from the speed Freckles was taking to train him. Self-defense, followed by hand-to-hand, followed by mixed weapons. You will also maintain a high-protein diet of 3,000 calories a day to build body mass. Combat readiness estimated to be accomplished in 8 months. Freckles instructed and predicted. The sun had begun setting. Izuku watched it lower over the ocean as he digested everything Freckles had told him. Do you really think I'll be ready for the entrance exam? I still don't know exactly what it is. He was worried. Professional heroic works will need more than a meta ability. It will require working harder than anyone else. Even Bakugo Katsuki must train vigorously to be acceptable for admittance. You will have to train harder, Izuku. Freckles explained. Primary directive: protect Midoriya Izuku. I cannot protect you from everything. You must work to protect yourself, to make yourself prepared for anything. You are not prepared enough. You will be prepared for everything in 10 months. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes, and he reached up to place a palm on Freckles' warm green metal armor. Thanks, Freckles. You're a real friend. I'm really happy to have you. Freckles crouched even lower, letting his weapons point to the ground passively, allowing Izuku to wrap his arms around his head. Affirmative, Izuku. Engaging emotional support. He boomed very loud from up close. Izuku didn't mind at all. The next 10 months were absolute hell. Every day, exercise. Every day, hauling garbage aside to clear room on the beach to work out as Freckles' military regime became more and more exotic. The first week was a repeat of his original calibrations workout, but a little toned down. In between, Freckles smashed garbage underfoot, crushing metal into bricks for Izuku to lift and stack, building simple constructs to the order of the robot. Occasionally Freckles would direct him to keep the most intact garbage in a pile to the side, organized for later use. Pipes, planks, rope, barbed wire, and lots more. Who the hell throws out a perfectly good baseball bat? By the second week, Izuku began learning self-defense stances as promised, practicing motions and dodging slow non-lethal kicks the robot sent his way as practice. Freckles made sure Izuku knew that he would need to find a human partner to spar with eventually, but they could wait until after the entrance exam for that. By the third week, Izuku had finished constructing an elaborate obstacle course for Izuku to practice running. Freckles timed him as he crawled under a line of barbed wire, scaled a brick wall, balanced on a thin sideways plank, swung over a gap on a metal pipe, climbed a rope tied to one of Freckles' weapons to the top of the robot, and back down again. It was around the fourth camp that Izuku realized that Freckles had taken Izuku to boot camp. The exercises and tasks only got more and more complicated, with dangerous games being thrown in. Dodgeball had involved Izuku diving aside to avoid non-homing missiles Freckles fired leisurely. Firing main cannon. Firing main cannon. Firing main cannon. Boop, 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 boop. Aren't I supposed to be allowed to throw back in dodgeball? Or catch? Negative. Firing main cannon. Tag had involved a sprint with the added motivation of Freckles running directly behind him, threatening to trample him, constantly ordering him to increase velocity. Thump 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 thump. I'm going as fast as I can. Mercy. Negative. Increase velocity. Hide and seek was a frustrating lesson in camouflage where Izuku had to hide somewhere on the beach. But no matter where he hid, behind garbage, inside fridges or boxes, even 3 streets away from the beach, Freckles was able to find him. After the 5th time Freckles managed to dig him out from 3 feet under the sand, Izuku had given up. Target located. Exercise failed. This isn't fair. You know nothing can hide from your sensors. Affirmative. Counting down. 20, 19, 18-. Ugh. Flesh. Ready or not, here I come. The ocean will not save you, Izuku. Izuku had to learn the hard way that Freckles was entirely waterproof, something he hadn't even thought of. Red light, green light was what Freckles decided would serve as sufficient stealth training. Freckles stood at one end of a mostly empty beach, with some obstacles and line-of-sight blockers, rotating his upper body around and around. Izuku had to get from one end of the 200-foot-long beach to the other end without making a sound or moving whenever Freckles was looking. If Freckles heard or saw anything move, target locked. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a. Dead effing silence. No targets found. Tug-of-war had Izuku trying to pull the 5+ change metric ton robot through the sand. Heave. Eve. Eve. I can't. It's not possible. Negative. Evidence that the term impossible no longer has standing in modern times is provided by meta abilities. I don't have a quirk. Irrelevant. Eve. 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 It was hell, but it was working. Weeks turned to months. Izuku's lifestyle was altered drastically. He took every opportunity to exercise whenever his schedule could afford it, jogging to and from school, or participating heavily in physical education. If he'd had the time or social standing, he might even have considered taking up a sport. At home, he lifted weights and did other small-scale exercises at the same time that he studied. Things like doing push-ups in the morning or between note-taking, or working on grip strength with alternating hands while eating. Inko had taken only a bit of convincing to stock up on high-protein American-style meals, but she was just glad her son was healthy. Even if Izuku hadn't been studying his eyes out of his head, he suspected his teachers would have given him additional extensions. He was actually praised for participating in class, but he still didn't have any other friends in school. People still remembered the courtyard, and they weren't eager to get too close to Freckles when he was visible. Katsuki had taken to silently glaring at Izuku everywhere he saw him. His lackeys had also backed off of their bullying, whispering to each other or bothering Katsuki whenever they were around. Izuku didn't make an effort to speak with him. He didn't know how to feel about it all. Their moms were still good friends, and seemed to be under the impression they trained together. Laughable, really. Izuku talked a lot to Freckles. He'd learned a lot about his fake quirk in the past few months. Freckles usually stared down anything he considered a threat to Izuku. He was curt and to the point, and didn't know any tone of voice other than military dictatorship. Sometimes his silence spoke volumes louder than his simple replies. The subtext of his support and belief in Izuku was always clear. He always listened to Izuku's muttering, and more than that, the robot understood them easily. For example, during his lunch on a bench in the courtyard, Izuku had been muttering about how Pro Hero 13 might be able to stop bullets. That if her quirk functions by gravity along with air pressure, then anything that gets near her hands should be destroyed no matter how fast they're going, so as long as she'd be careful to keep her quirk pointed away from civilians, then it would be an effective shield from one side. Freckles made himself known next to Izuku's bench. Data logged. Anti-black hole meta ability protocol adjusted. Sudden ambush from behind. You know you aren't going to have to fight any heroes, right? Izuku asked. Plus, even if you could attack from outside her quirk's range, wouldn't the distance be enough to warn her? Negative. Freckles answered. To which question, Izuku didn't really want to know. Man, that thing is loud. A random student on her way back into the school whispered to her friend. Even more annoying than Deku's muttering. The other replied. Izuku didn't hear or notice either of them. Freckles did, spinning about to lock onto the two, standing straight. Unwarranted gossip is punishable by death. He told them, sending them scampering away, apologies growing dim as they ran through the front doors. Freckles, no. Izuku said only half-heartedly. No killing. Yes, master. Izuku was glad for a friend like Freckles. At the end of the 10th month, Izuku and Freckles still trained together. Izuku had come a long way, and in the later months had gotten crash courses in proper fighting by Freckles. Izuku would practice punching with his full body, throwing knives with deadly accuracy at mannequins, brutally striking at them with lengths of pipe and broomsticks. Freckles had desired a level of firearm training, but bringing that up to his mother would have given her a heart attack. For the moment, Freckles had enough guns for both of them. His body was completely different. Gone was the scrawny little boy. Izuku had aged a year, and had grown into a compact stature of concentrated power. Izuku and Freckles were playing a game of whack-a-mole, where Izuku would dodge being stepped on by the robot, and attack the legs back wherever they landed with his length of pipe. Bounced harmlessly off the energy shield surrounding Freckles, and Izuku had been instructed to put everything into his strikes. So he did. He dodged, twirling sideways, striking out in a killer ballet against the yellow shield. Crack, crack, crack. He rolled backwards, then pushed off the sand in a pounce, bringing both makeshift Eskrima down on Freckles' foot. Crack crack. Swish thump. Freckles tried kicking forward to meet Izuku's leap, but Izuku ducked under, going for the other leg. Crack 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 crack. He unleashed every bit of his training, delivering savage blow after blow. Crack 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 crack. Months of hard work and determination welled up inside him. A life of frustration finally found an outlet. Crack 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 crack. He intensified almost blindly. Freckles didn't move anymore, letting Izuku pummel into his protected leg. Izuku's arms burned, his chest burned, his soul burned, everything burned. One of his pipes snapped in half in his hand. Freckles stumbled. Izuku stopped, looking up at Freckles then down on his weapons. The broken pipe had a small trail of smoke coming from where it had broken, and the other was bent badly just after his hand. Shield holding at 91%. Scanning. Freckles lowered himself down towards Izuku. Izuku breathed heavily and fell to his knees, looking out at the burning sunset. Height, 5 foot. Weight, heart rate, 194 BPM. Combat performance score, 96.7%. Status, adequate. Izuku looked up at him. He felt tears on his face. He didn't know how long he had been crying. Were his tears what had blinded him? What's next? He asked, exhausted but still going as was usual these days. He still thought he was training. He was wrong. UA entrance exam. Freckles answered. Training concluded. You are ready. Izuku was silent for a moment. Then he reared his head back and roared victoriously at the sky, on a beach full of repurposed garbage. UA High School made Aldera Junior High look like a janitor's closet. The sprawling campus stretched out beyond the entry route, a whole forest contained within the famous UA barrier. Applicants flowed through the gates slowly, following the UA High School entrance exam location signs into the building. Some of them visibly pointed and spoke loudly about Freckles, who had stepped carefully through the archways, trying not to bump his roof against any of them. Look at that thing. What the hell is that? One boy asked. Those guns look dangerous. That's not a quirk, is it? Another boy worried. Looks a lot like that kid it's with. All green. Maybe they're brothers. I've seen weirder mutations. A girl shrugged. Izuku didn't let himself get bothered by it, but decided the unwanted attention wasn't going to do any favors. Keep out of sight, Freckles. I won't need you until the practical starts. Izuku muttered. Yes, master. Freckles obeyed, and stepped away, gone from sight the next. All that the rude onlookers could see was that the robot had simply stepped out of existence. A moment of awkward eye contact was enough to make the other applicants mind their own business. Speaking of rude, stupid Deku. Katsuki's voice came from behind Izuku, making him spin around. Kacchan? Oh hey, Izuku began, playing with his hands nervously as his former friend walked closer. Get out of my way, extra. Katsuki grunted. He eyed the spot Freckles had disappeared from suspiciously and walked on. Good. Sigh luck. Izuku trailed off lamely, before clamping his mouth shut. It had been a long time since Katsuki had so much as talked about Izuku, much less too. He got a nostalgic feeling thinking about it. Maybe they'd be friends again one day, if they both managed to become heroes. Let's become heroes together. They promised. That thought didn't make Izuku as happy as he thought it would. So instead, Izuku gripped his backpack straps with determination and marched forward. Towards his future as a hero. Distracted, one of Izuku's red high-tops collided with the back of his other, instead sending him towards the bricks. Panic petrified Izuku as a part of his mind told him that not even Freckles would be able to save him. But he didn't kiss the ground. Instead, he dumbly stared at it, suspended in the air, not comprehending why he wasn't dead. Panicking visibly now, Izuku tried righting himself, only growing more and more confused why his inner ear kept telling him he was falling when he wasn't moving an inch. Then he noticed the cute girl standing directly next to him, and he froze, stunned. Are you okay? The brown-haired girl asked, giggling a bit at the silly display. She was around his height, had blush marks on either end of her smile, and long bangs framed her face. She clapped her hands together, and Izuku felt the weight return to his body, landing safely upright. I got you with my quirk. You looked like you could use a hand. I figured you wouldn't mind me stopping you. She commented, a friendly expression still on her face. Izuku, entirely and completely unused to anyone, much less any girl, being friendly with him beside his mom, was frozen in shock, staring at the girl like she was from space and had just told him that he blarg blarg honk blarg shiz no blarg. He formed a blush around his freckles to match her own cheeks, trying to think of something intelligent to say. But, he replied. God damn it, Izuku. Yeah, I'm like really nervous too. It feels crazy to be standing here. Well, let's not be late, see inside. And with that, the brunette walked off, leaving Izuku feeling a billion times better than he had after his interaction with Katsuki. Come on and let me hear ya. The pro hero, Present Mike himself, shouted up to the auditorium-packed full exam takers, cupping a hand on his ear to hear the cheers of his adoring fans. Dead silence stretched out across the space, as nobody so much as dared to breathe. Present Mike's arms shook with mild frustration at the absolute lack of spirit from the attendees. Freshman. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine. Present Mike continued, stating that he'd skipped to the main explanation of the practical exam, but instead took another shot at hyping up the crowd. Are you ready? Yeah. His attempt was met with silence. Mostly silence. Izuku couldn't help but mutter about his adoration for the voice hero, best known for his radio show that he listened to enthusiastically. It's so cool that all the teachers here are pro-heroes. His fanboying caught the ire of some attendees around him, including Katsuki, who had been assigned the seat next to the only other applicant from Aldera. Will you shut up? Katsuki grumbled, staring down at Present Mike unimpressed. The hero instructed the listeners to head to their specified battle center after the presentation was concluded. He asked if that sounded good, which was met with silence. Okay. Silence. Instead, every boy and girl looked at their exam tickets, checking where they would be sent to. Izuku had been assigned to B, while Katsuki had been assigned it. So they're splitting us up so we can't work with friends. Katsuki guessed. Huh. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly. Yue hadn't counted on Izuku having a robot for a best friend. Katsuki didn't really fit that bill. DMN. I was looking forward to crushing you. Katsuki grumbled. Case in point. Izuku was suddenly very happy that Freckles wasn't here. Interrupting the presentation to give Katsuki booming death threats would have potentially ended up with the three of them kicked out. Present Mike went on to explain the rules of the exam. They'd be facing off against robotic faux villains, each worth an amount of points based on what model the robot was and how difficult they'd be to face. There'd be one-pointer robots on wheels, two-pointer robots resembling scorpions, and tankier three-pointer robots. Their objective was to destroy as many robots as possible with their quirks, accumulating points as high as they could before time eventually ran out. Attacking fellow test takers was strictly prohibited. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. A tall boy with blue hair stood straight up from his seat a few rows in front of Izuku and Katsuki. Hit me. Present Mike permitted enthusiastically, directing a spotlight onto the boy. It was about time someone from the audience didn't pretend he didn't exist. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. The bespectacled boy continued to express his discontentment with the school's performance compared to the standard it was expected to uphold, then turned on his heel and pointed directly at Izuku. Additionally, you with the unkempt hair. Whoa! Izuku blanched. No, please, not public social interaction again already. Izuku wasn't ready. You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. The boy wore a severe frown behind his glasses, continuing to berate Izuku for not taking the exam seriously and suggesting he leave. Izuku clenched his teeth, sitting lower in his chair. He'd changed his mind. He'd rather have Freckles. This felt too much like old Aldera for his taste, as other attendees began giggling at his expense. All right. Examinee, thank you for calling in with your request. Present Mike shot a thumbs up. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle. He advised the listeners that it was meant as something to be avoided. They were allowed to defeat it, but that was a largely pointless endeavor. He recommended his listeners to ignore it and focus on robots that were actually worth points. Thank you very much. The standing boy bowed deeply before returning to his seat. Please continue. Present Mike concluded the presentation by offering them words of advice in the form of a historic quote. A true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Present Mike, or rather Napoleon, said. That resonated with Izuku in particular, as well as the brown-haired girl who had saved Izuku from falling seated far away. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Present Mixed cheerleading was backed up by the school's motto appearing on the screen behind him. Silence. Good luck. Present Mike let them go with it, done trying. Hope someone else mistakens your dumb fridge for a faux villain. It's already villainous enough as is. Katsuki shoulder-checked Izuku, pushing past where he was getting up from. A sinking feeling formed in the pit of his stomach as Izuku digested that. Oh no. Freckles had only been mostly disassembled when he found him. What would he do if someone like Katsuki actually managed to break him? This leg is almost completely detached. Looks like all the wires are where they belong, but you're missing a bunch of nuts and bolts keeping the plate on where your, hip is held in place. These bolts are weird too, really big. Where am I supposed to get a ratchet to? Oh, there's one. Izuku grabbed the rusted tool, looking it over. Man, people have thrown out the weirdest stuff. Why are you even here? You're not destroyed, just taken apart, crippled. Why? What? Was someone trying to reverse engineer you? Study you? Why throw you out after though? Where are you from originally? Why? Sigh. You don't know. Well, we'll worry about getting you able to talk before I ask you too much more. Let's get this leg on. Izuku looked down at his hands, rough with fresh calluses, before clenching them. He wasn't an engineer or a mechanic, but if he had to, he'd figure out how to fix Freckles no matter what. Freckles was stronger than almost anyone else Izuku knew anyway. He'd be fine, he told himself, still unsure. Wow, was this how his mother felt about him being a hero? Izuku didn't know how to feel about that. Everyone who had dismounted the bus at Battle Center B was audibly blown away by the sheer scale of the small city acted on the school grounds, discussing how next-level UA was, and how much it must have cost to build. The weight of how big UA was, and how much it expected out of its students to go the extra mile fried Izuku's nerves, making him stock still. He, like most of the other contestants, had dressed in athletic clothing, a light green jacket and sweatpants. Unlike the other contestants, he felt almost none of the confidence that everyone else seemed to carry themselves with. He spiraled slightly in place, trying to find Freckles, but not wanting to call out to him for fear of attracting any more unwanted attention. Instead, he spotted the nice girl who had saved him from. Steeling himself, he decided he may as well go and thank her for helping him properly out at the gate. Before he could take more than a few steps, a firm hand gripped his shoulder. Without really, Izuku grabbed the arm and pulled his entire body forward the way Freckles had trained him. The tall boy from earlier was flipped over onto his back with a harsh thud. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You startled me. Izuku immediately helped him up, trying to dust him off as best he could. The tall boy shook his head, clearing the dizziness away. A few others stifled laughs. I should have been more careful, but you should be more mindful, not just of your surroundings. She looks like she's trying to focus. He jerked his head back towards the nice girl. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed. Embarrassed, Izuku desperately rambled, trying to explain himself over the other's lecture. His only saving grace was that the nice girl hadn't seemed to take notice, too deeply focused on performing some sort of mantra. The onlookers' amused expressions turned to shock as thudding footsteps approached. A shadow fell over Izuku, and the lecture was cut short by its conductor staring up behind him. Enemy soldier detected. Freckles warned, absolutely dwarfing the tall boy, staring him down with heavy armament. Oh, hi, Freckles, don't worry, it's all fine. If anything, I attacked him, please don't shoot him. Izuku pleaded with the robot. Freckles hadn't even begun priming his missiles, luckily. Yes, master. He obeyed, lowering himself, and looking at Izuku instead. Awaiting mission briefing. What is this? Another robot type? Have you hijacked a UA robot to do your bidding? The tall boy accused. Izuku, caught between explaining the entrance exam to Freckles and lying about his fake quirk, stammered unintelligibly. Only really talking with a robot that understood everything he said had really done a bit of a number on his social skills. We have to, it's he's robots. Okay, let's start. Present Mike called from an observation tower. Again, his announcement was met with nothing but silence, this time more out of incomprehension. There are no countdowns in real life. Get moving. He laughed, waving at them. That, every other attendee, including the one who had been cut off mid-lecture, stampeded forward into the arena. Oh no! They're getting ahead! Izuku cried in alarm, and took off into the city running, Freckles hot on his tail. Kill every robot you can see. Don't hurt other students. Acquiring targets. Freckles obeyed, charging along a street, spinning up his gun and priming his missiles. The first robot to cross their path was a speedy one-pointer, tearing around a corner and spotting Izuku. Target acquired. Commencing ATA. It didn't live long enough to complete its statement. Target locked. Freckles unleashed a volley of bullets, shredding the robot in seconds before it could even begin charging. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Threat neutralized. We need more. Let's go find some bigger ones. The bigger the better. Izuku ordered, but a blue laser shot out from another side street at Freckles, colliding with his shield. Shield holding at 83%. Freckles turned to face where the laser had come from. No. Stop. He's my quirk, not a villain. Izuku shouted to the blonde boy who had blasted his friend with his belly button. He isn't worth any points. Oh, je suis dole, decoy, but I've wasted enough time. Adieu. The blonde waved, running off quickly, hoping his points hadn't been deducted. Decoy? Hey, that's true, the robots are going after me, not you, Freckles. Initiating piggyback protocol. Freckles knelt down as low as he could. Izuku nodded, but before he did, he grabbed a sharp piece of shrapnel from the destroyed one-pointer's armor. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. Present Mike announced. Alright, let's go. There's no time to waste. Izuku grabbed onto the back of Freckles' head, holding tight as he was lifted into the air. He tried not thinking about how high up he was. Acquiring targets. Freckles boomed, marching into a wide street. Plenty of other test-takers were locked in battle with robots, most having already been defeated. Targets locked. Firing main cannon. Missiles flew free one after the other, colliding with 5 other robots, obliterating them in a fiery chaos that had the other test-takers swearing with surprise. That FING robot is stealing our kills. Get it? A muscular guy with red and white conical hair pointed at Freckles. Freckles, lose them. Keep going forward. We need to find more. Izuku shouted over the chaos. Affirmative. Freckles agreed, marching onward away from the increasingly hostile mob they left in their wake. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. Of course, confidence and brute strength can be a huge advantage. The most successful students use a combination of these tactics. Nizu mused, watching the battles unfold. They're the ones who rack up the highest score. His attention was fixed on the captivating sight of the mysterious giant robot that had come from nowhere, carrying an applicant. Pulling up his file, it was revealed that the applicant was Midoriya Izuku, and his quirk allowed him to summon and control the robot. The robot was capable of seeking and destroying its opponents with merciless efficiency and superior firepower, exterminating any threats in quick succession. Some of this year is very promising, but most of them aren't very bright. They keep attacking that one kid with the robot quirk, even though it isn't worth any points. Pro Hero Midnight pointed out, audibly entertained. It was true. A small mob had taken to chasing after Midoriya, who had pulled ahead of most of his peers, leaving not a single enemy alive behind him. The robot didn't stop moving as it mowed down low and high-value targets alike. Mild ranged attacks from other test takers bounced off what appeared to be energy shielding on the deadly robot, and the rider kept shouting for them to stop. They have plenty of time to increase their scores if they pay attention to the task at hand. The real test has yet to come. They think that robot's big? Wait till they get a load of this. Snipe remarked, pressing the Yakuri switch. Let's see how they react. Freckles was on an absolute warpath. Izuku had never seen the robot in a situation that gave it the freedom to go full metal until now. It was a startling thing. Faux villains converged on the street where both Freckles and the pursuing mob were running down, right out into the open for the bigger robot to wipe them out. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The machine gun fired faster the longer it kept shooting, and Freckles metaphorically held down the trigger until the barrels were smoking. Hundreds of holes riddled the pavement and buildings behind the faux villains as the weak armor failed to stop them sufficiently. Missiles burned through the air, shattering glass with the deafening sound of their impact alone. Boom boom. Smash. Boop. Boop. A lucky one-pointer managed to get close, avoiding Freckles' onslaught by strafing around it. Moving sideways to keep it in its field of view, Freckles ended up backed up against a building, where the mob finally caught up. Got you now, scrap heap? The angry test-takers attacked Freckles with their quirks, and although Izuku was initially worried, he realized that none of them were particularly powerful enough in the quirk department to do any real damage against Freckles when compared to what they could do to a squishy faux villain. It was honestly a little sad watching them kick, punch, and climb Freckles' legs, and being stopped by the energy shield. Unfortunately, due to being instructed not to hurt the students, Freckles couldn't do much about it. More one-pointers were joining the fray, with slower higher-point faux villains showing up on the scene. Focus on the higher pointers. I'll deal with this. Izuku decided quickly, gripping his sharp piece of armor like a dagger. Affirmative. Freckles acknowledged, keeping the heat on as he lowered his stance for Izuku to drop safely. Shields holding at 56%. During their time training on the beach, the two had covered lots of parkour. Rolling to avoid getting hurt in a fall was involved, but Izuku still hadn't quite gotten it perfect. That had also been on soft sand. This was pavement with the only cushioning offered being the rather unheroic attendees violently attempting to get points out of Freckles and the one-pointers currently engaging them. Steeling himself, and focusing on saving Freckles, he let go, dropping like a stone. He landed square on top of an examinee with a brown bird mask on his upper face. Pushing himself out of the tangle of limbs as fast as he can, he began grabbing at the clothes of people on Freckles' legs, trying to get them off him without hurting them. You have to stop. He's not a villain. He's my quirk, he pleaded. Get off us, little sheet. A bald boy with cracked sunglasses swung his arm back high over Izuku's head. There are kills. Go fight your own. A one-pointer took that moment to run right over an orange-haired girl wearing ear protection, who had crouched to jump on one of Freckles' arms, and clock the bald boy right in the face, completely knocking his shades askew. Izuku brought his sharp piece of armor directly into the single red lens of the robot, blinding it. It went haywire, flailing its numbered limbs in an attempt to assault anyone too close. This resulted in the robot crashing into the wall Freckles was back up against, before turning around to run into his legs, bulldozing the other contestants trying to climb him. That works. Izuku winced, seeing the injured students being set upon by even more faux villains, knocked away from Freckles. Seeing an opportunity, Izuku took a chance. Freckles! Shake! Izuku ordered. Freckles ceased fire before immediately stomping thunderously into the sidewalk with his full strength and weight. The buildings around them shook with the impact, dust and debris obscuring everyone's view as the shockwave knocked every faux villain in range down. Izuku took his moment, now fully involved with the violence. While Freckles rebalanced himself, momentarily useless after the stomp, Izuku set upon the 1- and 2-pointers close by, looking for weaknesses. As Izuku began grappling with a 2-pointer, deciding to go big or go home, the sound of an engine very much unlike Freckles' own moving parts roared. The tall boy had joined the fight, sending flying kicks into the heads of the robots, taking out about 3 a second. Taking a page out of his book, Izuku brought his foot down on one of the limbs of the two-pointer, knocking it right off. Wow, these things are weak. Izuku muttered as he grabbed the leg and swung it up into the two-pointer as it kept crawling towards him. I suppose they're meant as beginner-level threats for potential heroes, but is this still really the best way to decide what makes a good hero? Pulling the limb in half at the joint and breaking the wires under his foot, Izuku wielded them against the other foe villains like a club and sword. He dodged a speeding one-pointer and slashed its tire with the flat section of limb as it passed, sending it tumbling apart. He jumped over a swipe from a rolling three-pointer's thick arm, climbing atop its head to kick at the grill right above it on the small of its back, exposing the inside. The foe villain shut down after having its CPU ripped free from the space behind the head. The rest of the villains near Freckles had been dispatched by the tall boy, who Izuku could see had smoking engines in his calves. That's 47 points. He puffed, revving his engines again and running off. His words left Izuku with a pit in his stomach as he realized he had lost track of his points. Freckles. How many points, Freckles? Izuku turned his attention back to his friend, currently under siege for a second time by angry test-takers. 61 targets eliminated. Shields dropping at 31%. Freckles answered, no longer firing, having run out of targets, but once again held in place. Holy cow, Izuku thought. No wonder everyone else was mad. Those were my points, you big bee. A girl with black wings flapped up to Freckles' head, kicking it hard. Oh, my foot. Wait, it's a zero-pointer, shouted a boy with a green arm longer than the other. Yeah, get off my friend. Freckles is a zero-pointer. Izuku urged, running up to aid his friend again. No, zero-pointer, the boy pointed with his huge green arm down the street. Run. Izuku realized that the ground was shaking. Turning around, Izuku got a taste of what other people felt when they met Freckles for the first time. Looming high over the buildings was the biggest robot Izuku had ever seen. Present Mike's words came back to him, talking about how the zero-pointers were meant as an obstacle. That's some obstacle. Relatively weak robots, Izuku? Muttered too soon. Holy F dash. Run for your life. Everyone in sight had abandoned their fights, fleeing the behemoth. Even the tall boy joined them, clearly having decided he had enough points. The zero-pointer grabbed the roof of a building, smashing it in and sending debris falling into the street before it. Engaging target. Freckles opened fire once his attackers abandoned him, taking the opportunity to reposition in the center of the street away from potential debris. Izuku stared up at the monster in shock, fear coming back to him. Freckles was no match for that thing. He didn't even need to be. It wasn't worth anything. Freckles didn't know that Izuku had told him that the bigger the enemy, the better. He really wished Freckles had fit into the lecture hall. 2 minutes remaining. Present Mike announced cheerily to the scrambling examinees. Freckles. Disengage, fall back. It's not worth anything. We can leave. Izuku shouted over the gunfire. Freckles had only managed to damage one of the arms. Freckles turned about face. Ow. Izuku. Barely heard behind him over the din of the zero-pointer's treads. Turning around, Izuku spotted movement in the rubble at the base of the zero-pointer. The nice girl had collapsed, clearly pinned by some rubble. Wait, we have to save her. Izuku took off running, unwilling to allow her to get run over. Freckles turned around, instantly assessing the situation. Friendly detected. Re-engaging target. Freckles responded, marching forward with resumed hostilities. Sliding to a stop next to the girl, Izuku realized her leg was stuck under a chunk of building. She looked violently ill, groaning in pain. Stay still, I'm going to get this off you. Izuku assured her as he crouched to grip the underside of the cement. Tug of war better not have been for nothing. The zero-pointer was still closing in, but couldn't yet reach with its ruined arm. Freckles. Get the treads. You need to stop it. Izuku ordered, and put his back into lifting the cement. It was wildly heavier than he expected, and his arms had gotten tired from his attacks. Affirmative. Freckles responded, coming to a stop over the pair, using his body as an umbrella against more rubble. Shield dropping at 16%. Rat-a-tat-a-tat boom ta-tat boom ta-tat boom ta-tat boom ta-tat. She winced at the harsh gunfire and explosions, covering her ear. Yeah, sorry, I shoulda warned Huff you, I'm just URG used to it. Izuku apologized as he strained against the cement, barely beginning to shift it. Spotting a long piece of rebar, he grabbed it. She cried out in pain. For the brief moment the slab's weight intensified. Sorry. Izuku cringed, jamming the metal bar under the gap and hoisting. It wasn't much easier, but it moved enough for the girl to pull her leg out. Thanks. She grunted, limping to her feet with Izuku's help. We need to run. She was right. Freckles' attacks had left significant damage on the zero-pointer's left tread, and the imbalance caused the zero-pointer to drift in that direction, colliding abruptly with the building next to it. Let's move, Freckles. Izuku ordered. Yes, Master. Shields failing at 7%. Freckles warned, walking backwards slowly to keep covering them. The yellow shimmer surrounding him was stuttering and sparking dangerously. Can you run? Izuku asked desperately. She hissed as she put weight on her swollen ankle. No. She answered. That's fine. Without a moment to spare, Izuku scooped her up in a princess carry and started sprinting with her, still beneath Freckles' long strides. She commented intelligently. 1 minute remaining. Present Mike called out. He sounded on the edge of his seat. The unlikely trio were outpacing the sluggish colossal faux villain, but they weren't going to be clear that easily. It punched its way through the building it had gotten lodged in, sending car-sized chunks raining down around them. Having to move from side to side to avoid its onslaught meant slowing down. They couldn't just escape, Izuku realized. It had to be taken down. Izuku looked over his shoulder, giving the robot a hard once-over. The zero-pointer's upper body twisted sideways as it forced its shoulder through the building again, launching more debris. Then he saw the answer. They didn't have the time for Freckles to win a war of attrition. They had to be sneakier. Freckles. Anti-13 protocol. Izuku shouted. Negative. Priority 1, Freckles protested. Override. We're gonna die if you don't. Izuku argued firmly. That's an order, Freckles. I'll live. Freckles was silent, sans the gunfire, before he responded again. Dying stupidly is punishable by death. He warned. Shield failure imminent. What does being a hero mean? Izuku asked rhetorically. Move. And hold on tight. What? Where? The girl asked, feeling particularly shell-shocked. The next thing she knew, the green-haired boy was sprinting like hell, clutching her tight to his chest. Freckles suddenly shifted out of sight, leaving them totally exposed. She held on to him, absolutely terrified of the chunks leaving craters in the street around them, and accidentally used her quirk on him. He stumbled, knocked off balance by the sensation of weightlessness, and with the girl acting as a counterweight, fell forward. By a slide of luck, a wall smashed directly into where they had just been running. They stared at the spot they could have just died before Izuku broke off the awkwardness. Can you erase gravity? He asked, hope returning to his tone. Aha. She answered, still reeling at how close she came to getting killed. Can you erase your own? He asked again, swelling with confidence. Aha. She replied, pulling a nauseous face at what he was going to ask of her. Izuku took one last look at the rampaging zero-pointer behind them, swinging its one good fist left and right on a rampage. Do it. Izuku pleaded, hoping he didn't sound bossy. She did, and Izuku pushed off the ground as hard as he could. They flew diagonally into the air, flipping slowly as they rose up between the building, over the debris. Izuku grit his teeth, hugging her close as they gained altitude, barely avoiding being grabbed out of the air by the zero-pointer. Freckles made himself known, and executed his anti-black hole meta ability protocol. He appeared from nowhere behind the zero-pointer, aimed for the very complex and exposed gears making up the backside of the faux villain's treads. Engaging target. Freckles boomed, and so did his weapons. Rat-a-tat-a-tat boom ta-tat boom ta-tat boom ta-tat boom ta-tat boom tat. The zero-pointer was almost immediately crippled by the merciless sneak attack. The havoc it wreaked halted. And that's it. Time's up. Present mix filled the city, and alarms sounded. Freckles paid them no mind. He continued his attack, aiming for the exposed point in the spinal armor. The giant buckled as fiery explosions rocked its core, causing it to keel forward. Still not satisfied, Freckles marched his way up over the entire length of the zero-pointer's back, paws. Izuku thought they resembled paws more than feet when he really thought about it, clanging loudly against the metal armor. He stopped at where the large box-like head had collapsed sideways against the ground, and stomped it square in the center of the armor. The metal dented and rang like a bell from the impact. The multiple eyes of the zero-pointer shattered, sparks flying from cracks in the chassis forming from the punishment. The dent went deeper. Freckles, I think that you got it already. Izuku pointed out loudly from where he floated between the buildings, still holding the girl. Freckles didn't acknowledge him. The armor cracked open, the interior crushed entirely under Freckles' weight. Deeming the execution sufficient, Freckles stepped off the edge of the bigger robot's head, thumping to the ground. Freckles superior. Villain bots. Inferior. He declared with a hint of menace in the usual unemotive voice. Whoa! The girl uttered, staring down at the carnage. Yeah, he's kind of protective, but he's really nice. Izuku mumbled. Thanks for, saving me. She turned, blushing brightly. It's nothing. Izuku assured her, smiling brightly. Your amazing quirk was what got us out of there. Without it I don't think we would have made it. How do we get down? Izuku was visibly sweating now as he looked down at the rooftops below them. Release. The girl said, putting her fingertips together. Both plummeted to the earth, Izuku yelping a bit from the shock, but before they could be splattered, she tapped them both again, canceling the fall. Izuku landed on his feet, and she released again. Oh, that was scary. He huffed, fingers clenched. That was scary? You ran through a meteor shower, but that was scary? The girl raised her eyebrow. I mean, they can both be scary. You can put me down now. I think I need to hurl. She did look fairly sick, Izuku noticed. Her face had gone all red. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I don't know what I was thinking, I just wanted to be sure you were safe, I didn't mean anything like that, I'm sorry for not asking you permission first, but... He stammered, face taking on the appearance of a leafy tomato as he put her down as quickly as he could without dropping her abruptly. It's fine, really, I just de-herk Blea. She suddenly bent over, losing her lunch on the ground between them. Izuku moved out of the way, arm moving to pat her back and nervously pulling away between deciding whether to comfort her or avoid any more unasked physical contact. Remembering how he judo flipped the stern boy earlier, he decided against it, just taking the moment to catch his breath. Well, you both look worse for wear, don't ya? An older voice spoke up. Recovery Girl, the nurse of UA herself, walked leisurely towards the pair with her syringe-shaped cane clicking on the ground. No, ma'am, I'm fine, I promise. Izuku swore. She should probably get her leg looked at though. Don't give me that malarkey, Sonny. You'll get looked over right after her. I saw that stunt you did. You're only lucky you didn't get your head caved in. She said smiling. Recovery Girl gave a kiss on the much younger girl's wrist, and her body glowed green as the healing quirk worked its magic. Exhausted, the Gravity Girl sat down, breathing heavily. So sleepy, she mumbled. Now you young man, where does it hurt? The heroine asked, puckering up. Really I'm fine. Izuku insisted, backing off slightly. His unsteady legs picked that moment to trip over a loose piece of brick, and he felt the back of his skull bounce painfully off of the ground. Then another brick FANG fell from the sky right in the eye. Goodness! Robots! Recovery Girl shoulder, rushing to deliver aid. Everything went dark after that. Izuku? Are you feeling well? Izuku? Inko fussed from across the table. Izuku rubbed his head, the phantom headache fading. Are you still hurting? You had some nasty head trauma. Inko sweated. Every one of her fears had come true when she got the call from UA the afternoon of the exam that her son had been sent to a hospital. I'm okay, it's nothing. It's stupid, the exam was going so well, it was a little scary, but Freckles and I did great. And then after it's all said and done, I'm defeated by 2 pieces of baked clay. Izuku laughed half-heartedly. I'm more worried about the fight with the other examinees. We weren't allowed to attack each other, but they went after Freckles. I tried not to hurt anyone, but who knows if the judges will disqualify me or not. You did your best. If they saw my son's best and decided he should be in their hero course, it would be their loss, she said firmly. Izuku smiled for real. Thanks, Mom. He dove back into his rice, making sure to keep on his caloric intake. After dinner was wrapped up, Izuku sat on the couch, squeezing his hand grip and pumping some iron. Despite being warned to get plenty of bed rest during his medical absence, he couldn't help but continue his workouts over the week. He thought back on his conversation with Freckles he'd had at the beach as the two discarded the remaining improvised boot camp equipment, finally clearing the beach entirely. So, how many points did we get? They had their points painted on their armor. I remember I managed to kill a 1-pointer, a 2-pointer, and a 3-pointer, he inquired. Analyzing footage. 66 enemy fatalities. 1 0-pointer. 29 1-pointers. 20 2-pointers. 16 3-pointers. 117 points total. Freckles calculated instantly. Parameters indicate you scored in the upper 5% of opponents in Battle Center B. How about that nice girl? Did you hear how many points she got? Izuku tried asking nonchalantly. Subject expressed concern that her score of 28 would be considered failing. Freckles recalled. I wish I had learned her name. I was stupid not to ask. Hopefully we both get in and I can thank her properly for her help. Izuku kicked some sand. She was really nice. Affirmative. Freckles agreed after looking directly at Izuku pointedly. And how about that 0-pointer, huh? Izuku quickly changed the subject, face flushing. That thing did more damage than Kacchan would do to Aldera if he were allowed. How have your shields been holding up? Shield primed at 100%. Ready for combat. Freckles reported. Requesting status on cranial integrity. My head's okay, Freckles. The doctors and recovery girl confirmed I don't have brain damage, but I'm gonna just avoid hits to the head from this point on. Izuku promised. That SCKD. Freckles stared at Izuku threateningly. I swear. Promise. Izuku sweated. Freckles hadn't stopped giving Izuku the silent treatment until the boy promised his hero costume would have a helmet. Izuku was broken from his thoughts as the door opened and his mother scrambled nervously to him, an envelope clutched tightly in her hand. A letter, Izuku. They came, Izuku. You got a letter, she held it out to him, fear etched all over her face. Your test results from UA. The letter had a simple yet fancy red seal decorated the seal flap. UA was stamped into the wax. Izuku hardly reacted, hardly comprehended as he stared at what his mother held. It was time to find out if he had what it took to be a hero. In his room, Izuku grimaced at the envelope with the face most retail workers use to regard a particularly shit-stained bathroom stall, knowing that it was their problem to deal with eventually. Outside, he could hear his mother pacing by his door, awaiting the results. Gritting his teeth, he seized it from his desk, straining his arms as he ripped the envelope in half. How was snapping a robot's limb in half easier than this? Out from within clattered a small metal disc. It glowed, and suddenly all might was looming over Izuku. I am here as a projection now. The #1 hero announced boisterously. Gah! Izuku fell back in his chair, entirely unprepared for a conversation with his former idol. He only realized it was only a recorded hologram. Pleased to be the first to tell you that on top of passing your written exam, you have officially broken my own personal record for the highest number of villain points scored for the practical exam. 117. Your impressive quirk, unrelenting drive, and superior tactics blew you far ahead of the competition. All Might praised, not so much as a hint of jealousy in his iconic smile. Izuku bit his thumb as he listened. Feelings of inadequacy flooded him as he thought about how his exam could have gone if it hadn't been for Freckles. He had only really scored about 6 points by his estimates. Was he really going to become a hero by cheating? I still haven't even gotten to the full extent of your score. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. You have also been observed by a panel of judges and awarded rescue points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. All Might continued. Izuku's jaw dropped as the scoreboard with the final results took up the screen next to the hero. Midoriya Izuku was in first place, with 117 villain points and 60 rescue points. He had 177 points total. Right underneath him, Bakugo Katsuki had only 77 villain points. There's no need to be worried about any disqualifications for any confrontations that may have involved your Quirk and the other contestants. The panel of judges, including our own principal Nizu, all decided that you could not be considered an instigator in any of the incidents. Despite the numerous grievances, the number one hero clicked the remote in his hand again, and the scoreboard was replaced by several videos of people Izuku could recognize from his exam. I should get his points. He stole every one of my kills, accused a boy with a green arm. That runt tricked us into attacking his robot. I didn't mean to attack him, honest, pleaded a bald kid with broken shades. I'll sue if he isn't disqualified and I'm not allowed in his place, threatened another boy with a bird mask. What's his name? I just want to talk with him. Sort all this out, asked a girl with bat wings. Izuku didn't know if that was supposed to make him feel better. He was too distracted by the prospect that a target had been painted on his back for it to sink in that he was accepted until All Might spelled it out for him. You should be proud, young man. You're now a part of the Hero Academia. All Might concluded. I'd also like to announce to you that I will be personally teaching heroics this year. I look forward to seeing a lot of you. What? I have to do this HamaBZT. The flood dam broke, and tears flowed freely. Inko, unable to stand waiting a second longer, rushed in to either congratulate or comfort her son. Hundreds of conflicting emotions ran through his head as All Might gave him a thumbs up. Did All Might recognize him? Did that nice girl get in too? What was Katsuki going to do to him when he realized he'd gotten second place? You're now a part of the hero. All Might's congratulatory speech was cut off by an explosion reducing the holographic projector to pieces. Letting more explosions loose from his hands, Katsuki bared his teeth as an animalistic sound clawed its way out of his straining throat. Second place. Second FNG place. Second FNG place to FNG shitty FNG Deku. F dash. Screamed Katsuki, gripping his hair as he kicked his desk, causing the whole thing to jostle and spill its charred contents to the floor. What's wrong, brat? You didn't get in? Mitsuki asked, pounding on his door. Of course I ain't got in, you hag. Leave me the F alone. He shouted. Mitsuku, used to her son being difficult but never this vicious, essigi her teeth and left him to brood. Second place. He'd never take silver from Deku. He'd be the number one hero if he had to bury Deku under the remains of his new pet in the process. Okay, Mom, I'm going now, I can't be late. Izuku desperately swept his backpack up, opening the door. Izuku, wait. Inko stopped him, pulling him in for one last hug. I'm proud of you. Do good. Hugging her back, Izuku couldn't help but think back to last night. Izuku, I have something for you. Inko walked into the living room, interrupting her son's analysis of a new story. She held a wide cardboard box in front of her, setting it down on the coffee table in front of the couch. What is it? Izuku asked, hands hovering over the box as he waited for his mother's approval to open it up. Go ahead and see. Inko smiled. Lifting the lid off, Izuku's eyes widened in comprehension. He carefully pulled out the contents. His mother had carefully sewn together a green jumpsuit. The light green material had white stripes and highlights down the sides and limbs. Black elbow pads and chest pieces were folded carefully under the jumpsuit, with a set of white gloves. Freckles helped a bit with suggestions. He picked out some relatively cheap body armor. After Izuku had graduated from Aldera, Inko had taken to speaking with Freckles more often. They had a lot of common ground on wanting Izuku to be as safe as possible. It's perfect. Izuku's smile made the hours spent laboring over the sewing machine worth it. Oh, and this, all Freckles? Well, demand, more than a suggestion. Inko used her quirk, pulling an object towards her from the other room. A durable-looking black dual sport helmet flew into her hand and was passed to her son. Izuku went quiet, staring at his reflection in the clear visor. It's because of the brick, isn't it? Izuku's eyes narrowed suspiciously. He did mention something about it being practical for heroics. Inko admitted, considering the potential collateral damage of your quirk. Besides, your hero costume design had the head erased, so we improvised. Izuku's old hero costume design that he had made in his childhood hadn't survived his changed feelings of the #1 hero. After he had finally moved back into his room, Izuku had wanted to tear down every poster and throw out every figurine, but knew doing so would just rouse his mother's suspicions. They had been fairly expensive, after all. The likeness of Small Might in his hero notebooks hadn't survived, and the head of his hero costume, which bore such close resemblance to the #1 hero's hair and smile, had been erased with extreme prejudice. He still had no idea how he would survive being taught by the man who killed his dream before Freckles revived it. I love it, Mom. And I love you. Thank you for this. Izuku said, honestly, giving his mother another hug. It's the least I could do. I wanted you to know I believe in you, and to show that all my doubts have always been for your sake. I can't and won't stop you from being a hero, so I can at least try to help in my way. If that means helping me sleep easy knowing you'll be safe from falling bricks, then so be it. Inko smiled. Finally breaking off the hug, Izuku gave his mom a smile and made a break for the door. I love you. He called over his shoulder, eager not to be late for his first day. Class 1A? What? Where is it? Izuku asked himself, running down the hall as fast as he dared to. The inside of the building was almost as massive as the outside, and even more confusing. Izuku felt like a rat in a maze, desperately looking for his prize. Mercifully he found it. Won it. Oh, Izuku stopped in his tracks, looking up in awe. That's one huge door. The door to the classroom was probably tall enough, if not quite wide enough, to fit Freckles. He could only assume it was meant to be accessible for all kinds of huge quirk users. Izuku couldn't tell if Freckles had decided to wait outside the building or followed him in, but he was grateful the school's scale matched the giant robot. Izuku took a deep breath before opening the door, knowing that he was about to join the ranks of the strongest youth in the country, each hand-picked for the greatest hero school in Japan out of thousands of applicants. He really hoped he wouldn't be spending another few years along Katsuki, or be lectured by that tall boy, knowing they had more than likely gotten in. Nice classmates would be an excellent change of pace. The first thing Izuku walked in on was the tall boy lecturing Katsuki for having his feet on the desk. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing up school property, you cretin. The boy's expression was just as serious as when he had called out Izuku in the assembly hall. Your old school put a stick up your butt? Katsuki countered, a snarky expression on his face at the audacity of this motherfucker to talk down on him. Look, let's start over. The boy introduced himself as Ida Tenya, and hailed from semi-private academy. Izuku was a little impressed, but Katsuki wasn't. You think you're better than me or something? How about you and I throw down and figure it out from there? The blonde leaned forward menacingly. You'd start a fight with your own classmate? Before classes even start. Tenya backed off slightly, scandalized. Katsuki scoffed, and in the process, his line of sight fell on Izuku. His expression went from disinterested to absolutely hateful in an instant as he made eye contact. You two should be very proud of yourselves. We know we certainly are here at Aldera. Not one, but two students attending UA. Mr. Add junior high school teacher name here praised enthusiastically, handing them each relevant paperwork from his place behind his desk. We're sure you'll make us proud as alumni. You've been extremely impressive these last few months, Izuku. And you Katsuki gave a rage-filled roar, unable to take the insult of being congratulated second to Deku. Second to FING Deku. It was unthinkable. Deku finally gets his FNG quirk, and it basically carries him on autopilot to the top. What did Katsuki get for his years of work? A sense of injustice blinded him. He'd prove here, and now he was superior the only way he knew how. Fighting for his perfect victory. He lifted his hands, bracing one with the other to minimize the kickback of the huge blast he had been cooking up in his clenched, sweaty fists. Before Izuku could even turn to face him, the sound of shattering glass and an unmistakable whizzing sound caused every person in the room to duck slightly. A bullet had flown through the third-story window of the school, right over the seated teacher's head, and between the two former students. Izuku and Katsuki turned instinctively towards where the bullet had struck the wall, traveling clean through it. Mr. Ad junior high school teacher name here spun around towards the window, slowly digesting the spider web pattern of the glass with a hole placed perfectly in the middle. Through the hole, Mr. Ad junior high school teacher name here saw a familiar green robot standing on top of the neighboring building's roof, a trail of smoke lazily rising from one of the barrels of the huge machine gun. When Izuku and Katsuki looked back towards the window, their eyes widened as they realized that Freckles had just fired a warning shot into a school. Ahem. Please refrain from using your quirks on each other or school property. Mr. Ad junior high school teacher name here put his hands together, a look of pure terror on his face. The last thing either of you need is to have villainy on your record before going to a hero school. Understood? Neither responded, not knowing how to tell their former teacher that the top of his receding hairline had been shaven clean by the bullet. It's him! Tenya exclaimed quietly, looking at what had caught Katsuki's attention, and immediately recognized Izuku. The entire classroom, previously enthralled by the extremely entertaining conflict between Tenya and Katsuki, simultaneously looked towards the huge door, where the shy boy had nervously peeked into the room. Immediately regretting not arriving early to not draw attention to himself, Izuku began stuttering out some vague apologetic greeting. Sorry. Hi. He rubbed the back of his head as he felt his face heating up with embarrassment. Smooth. Good morning. Tenya didn't hesitate, displaying no self-awareness of his particular behaviors as he marched robotically towards Izuku, introducing himself again. Izuku let him, not wanting to prompt another confrontation. He simply introduced himself in return. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm sorry for my quirk threatening you, he gets like that a lot. He apologized. Think nothing of it. I'm sorry for being so quick to judge you as a bad fit for this school. It's clear you were the superior student. Tenya admitted with a painful expression. You divined the true nature of the test and its rescue points, and earned your way in. For it, I was foolish to insult you the way I did. Don't worry about it, it was a stressful test. Izuku assured him. It sure was. A chipper voice spoke up from behind Izuku. That brick looked like it hurt. Apparently the nice girl had been able to get in after all. Oh, hello. I meant to thank you properly for helping me out earlier, but they rushed me to the hospital afterwards. Izuku blushed heavily. I should be thanking you. You got me out of there after all. I would have been a pulp if you and Freckles hadn't saved me. That's his name, right? She chatted energetically, excited for the opportunity to make friends. I'm Uraraka Ochako. It's nice to meet you officially. Affirmative. Freckles spoke up. Izuku, Tenya, and Ochako jolted, seeing the giant robot loitering in the hall like it had always been there. Holy cow, you're stealthy for a big robot, aren't ya? Ochako commented, craning her neck to look up at what she hoped was its face. Attention! Superior officer on deck. Freckles swiveled slightly to face behind her. At least one of you noticed. Spoke up a grumpy voice from the floor. Quit socializing in the doorway. Freckles wasn't the only one who got around with a talent for silence. A yellow maggot with a human face had apparently managed to slowly work its way right behind the students undetected. Welcome to UA's hero course. It wasn't a maggot at all, it was a sleeping bag. A zipper opened up enough for a slender arm to reach a foil liquid packet to the tired, unkempt face, which eagerly slurped it up. The students watched with apprehension and no short supply of horror as the man stood up inside his sleeping bag and stepped out of it, like a chrysalis shed by a really FNG ugly butterfly. You can shut up now. We don't have a lot of time to make you all into acceptable heroes, so let's get to it. The man's greasy black hair fell down past his shoulders, which were wrapped up in a thin gray scarf. In stark contrast to his bright sleeping bag, the entire rest of his outfit was a featureless pitch-black jumpsuit. "Hello, I'm Aizawa Shoda, your homeroom teacher." The entire class cringed slightly at that announcement, already sensing a rocky start to their high school years. Most had been hoping for all might after it had been announced. Most, not all. "Put these on and follow me," Mr. Aizawa commanded, pulling gym uniforms out from his sleeping bag and tossing them to students. "That can't be sanitary." Tenya gaped, staring down at his uniform. "And that can't be a pro. I've never heard of him." Izuku thought fast, cycling through his encyclopedic knowledge on heroes, but even with the name, came up short. He shrugged and followed after his new teacher, unwilling to be among the last students to show up again. "Shouldn't we be at orientation?" Ochako asked, raising her hand politely. "How does going to orientation make you a better hero?" "It doesn't," Mr. Aizawa answered himself, cutting off Tena with a glance. Just as the tall student began to raise his hand. "I'm allowed to run my class how I see fit. UA isn't the best hero school in Japan because of frivolous traditions and restrictions. The motto is plus ultra, not ultra punctual. Now, on to your assessment." Oh no. Izuku really hoped that this assessment wouldn't be like anything Freckles had put him through. "You've each been given standardized tests in physical education before, without using your quirks. This country would have you all believe that you're all created equal, and pretend that those with the most power shouldn't live up to their full potential. It's not rational." Mr. Aizawa's gaze passed across the nervous class, before settling on Izuku. "Midoriya, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your highest softball throwing distance in junior high?" "Oh, Izuku started from where he had been deep in thought. He had been a little distracted, caught between trying to figure out what pro-hero was teaching them and stewing on the teacher's view of quirks, which didn't seem to sit right with him. Freckles came to his rescue. "Maximum recorded throw distance, 54 meters. The robot recited, stepping forward. Katsuki clicked his teeth scornfully, proud of his own score. Mr. Aizawa eyed the robot distastefully. "Right. Well, go ahead and use your quirk to throw it. Do whatever you want to give it more distance, but do it from within the ring." The teacher ordered him, tossing the ball at his chest. Izuku fumbled with it, and slowly stepped up to the pitch. "What is that thing anyways? Some kind of teeth?" A blond boy with a black-dyed lightning bolt watched as Freckles walked after him, shaking the ground with each step. "He told me it's his quirk. I don't know the specifics, I just know it obeys and protects him." Tenya commented. "It's very powerful if he got first place in the exam." "The wuss. His name is Freckles, and he took down that big zero-pointer villain." Ochako blurted, eager to tell the story. "Freckles, huh?" The blonde commented, eyeballing the robot. "He kinda looks a lot like a faux villain to me." Freckles' head and guns abruptly swiveled on him, staring him down. The boy paled, and other students edged away from him. "I don't think he liked them very much," Ochako commented. Trying not to focus on the people talking about him, Izuku played around with the ball in his hand, feeling it. It was much more durable than it looked, with a reinforced band going around it. "Go on. You're wasting time." Mr. Aizawa pressured. Izuku considered having Freckles kick the ball, but he wasn't sure that would count. Hoping that his last-ditch plan would work, he crouched with the ball held under his waist, calling out, "Freckles, fesh," and threw the ball up straight into the air as high as he could. Acquiring target. Freckles obeyed, and unloaded bullets into the air. Each round struck the ball and burrowed into its surface and sent the ball careening further and further away at an upward angle. Freckles didn't let up, sending more bullets after it to propel it beyond. By the time the smoking, tattered remains of the ball fell back to earth, it was well away from the pitch. "Objective complete," Freckles announced, cooling his barrels. "Crap. Warn a girl next time," shouted a girl with short hair, clutching her ears. She wasn't the only one. "Some of us have sensitive hearing." "I'm sorry. I'm kind of used to it, I forget other people aren't." Izuku apologized. "What?" asked the girl, still hard of hearing. "Settle down." You all need to use your full potential if you're going to make it as pro heroes. The teacher interrupted. He showed off Izuku's score. Whoa, 708 meters? That's nuts. The blonde complimented, hoping to get back in Freckles' good books. I want to go. That looks like fun. A girl with entirely pink skin and hair piped up, smiling. Others joined in, enthusiastic at the opportunity to have total freedom with their quirks. Fun. Mr. Aizawa's own face broke into an extremely unsettling smile that wiped those off the students' faces. Well then, let's have a little fun of our own. These tests will gauge your potential. Whoever places last has none and will be expelled immediately. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Freckles stepped forwards from behind Izuku, and for a moment, the boy was afraid his robot was about to kill his teacher. He could never expect what happened next. Expulsion from UA High School will designate you as truant. This designation is punishable by death. Freckles announced with utter authority. What? The pink girl shouted in alarm. That's bullshit. You can't do that. A black-haired boy with strange elbows protested. Stop him, begged a particularly short boy with purple hair. I'll allow it. Mr. Aizawa didn't so much as glance up at the robot, hiding his smirk behind his scarf. This was going to be fun. You can't just send someone home or kill someone. That isn't fair. Ochako spoke up. Life is unfair. Natural disasters and villains won't be easy on you just because it wouldn't be fair. The teacher explained impassively. It's your job to correct that unfairness. Prove you deserve to be here and not dead in the dirt. Can't you do something? Doesn't he obey you? Tenya repeatedly chopped his arm towards Izuku. Freckles, down. Izuku waved at Freckles with one hand half-heartedly, still stewing on the teacher's words. He really wasn't sure whether or not he liked Aizawa. Negative. Freckles denied. Tried. You got a rolled-up newspaper? Izuku found himself enjoying most of the tests. For the 50-meter dash, Izuku observed how each person before him used their quirks. Tenya's was rather straightforward, using the engines in his legs to get an unmatched score. The strange girl with a huge green bow made from her hair jumped far with quick succession like a frog, relying on bursts of speed. The pink girl simply ran, apparently unable to think of a way to use her quirk. Then the French boy who Izuku recognized as the one who shot Freckles with his laser quirk did something very interesting. He used the recoil of his own quirk firing as hard as it could after jumping to shoot backwards. He screwed up the landing a bit, but it still seemed to work. Deciding that he had to make a show of using his quirk, Izuku started giving Freckles orders. Climbing on Freckles' back, Izuku decided that it wasn't worth the risk to run it himself, especially considering he was racing Katsuki. Katsuki put his all into sending himself rocketing off with his explosions, showing no regard for his opponent. The obstruction had no effect on Freckles, who marched forward unimpeded. Katsuki pulled ahead immediately at the starting pistol and passed the measuring device in 3.89 seconds. Freckles caught up and crossed the finish line in 4.51 seconds, but Izuku didn't hear their score immediately, as Freckles had trampled the device, crushing it to pieces. Mr. Aizawa had to give him his score, then chastised them for not being more aware of their surroundings. As the tests went on, Izuku came to learn the names of his classmates as they introduced themselves with feats of incredible quirk use. The grip strength test was easy and simple. The tallest boy in the class, Shoji Mizo, managed to squeeze down with the strength of 540 kilograms using his extra arms. Knowing what he had to beat, Izuku set his grip measurer on the ground. Freckles, shake. Freckles stepped forward and stomped hard on the device, pulverizing it. After the robot backed off, all that was left was a crater. Jesus, what a monster. The short boy with purple ball for hair, Mineta Minoru whispered audibly. Sir, does this count? Izuku called the teacher, pointing at the crater. It'll have to do. We have several cases of infinite scores with this test. Mr. Aizawa tapped the results into his phone. The standing long jump was a bit more of a challenge. Some like the French boy, Aoyama Yuga, and Katsuki managed to fly right over the sandpit. Izuku considered jumping from atop Freckles, but decided against it. Instead, he did something he'd hoped he wouldn't have to do. Freckles, up. Izuku ordered, bracing himself on the front of Freckles' leg. Freckles kicked forward, and Izuku pushed off, tumbling through the air and landing much further than he would have been able to if he had taken a running start. Katsuki laughed at the poor landing. Izuku had landed in a scorpion pose, and without the same distance Katsuki had managed to achieve. The repeated sidesteps were just a plain strange test. Minoru managed to score high on his test by bouncing between two piles of purple ball that he had pulled right off his head. Izuku thought hard on how he could come even slightly close, then it hit him. Freckles, roll over. Izuku held on tight to the warm barrel of Freckles' machine gun as Freckles spun round and round, picking up speed. He almost lost his grip, but the time ran out before he could be sent flying again. Amazingly, that counted too. Katsuki put his all into the ball throw, once they came back around to it. Die! He screamed, before letting loose. Full of determination to beat Izuku once and for all, he unleashed a ear-splitting blast that had poor Jiro Kyoka swearing like a sailor. Yaoyorozu Momo gave her a pair of protective earphones, in case she'd need it again. Katsuki managed to score 707 meters, much to his ire. His eye twitched at having come second to Izuku again, and he began to make moves to attack yet again. Izuku's worries that Freckles would have to step in once more were dispelled as Mr. Aizawa's scarf stopped Katsuki in his tracks, and the crackling of his palm's detonations went silent. Let me go. What the hell? Where's my quirk? Katsuki protested, straining against the bonds. I stopped it with mine. You'd better calm the hell down right now. The teacher responded. His hair was floating above his head, and Izuku could see a flash of yellow around his neck. Goggles, the same color as his sleeping bag. Finally, he recognized the hero for who he was. He's Eraserhead, the underground pro hero who can erase other people's quirks just by looking at them. Izuku launched into a muttering session. Other students near him whispered amongst themselves, sharing this new information. Some, like Azuitu, had heard of him before, but the pro's desire to be left on the down low was apparent with how little recognition he had that not even Izuku had been able to spot him at first. I'm not going to let that shitty Deku beat me. I'll show you who's best. Screw these tests. Katsuki barked. Idiot child. Mr. Aizawa sighed. Quit struggling. This capture weapon is made from a specialized alloy, and overusing my quirk gives me a serious dry eye. As Eraserhead cowed Katsuki with more threats of expulsion, a deep fear settled in Izuku's stomach. He clenched his mouth shut, refusing to allow his muttering to continue to expose his secrets. What if the teacher decided to use his quirk on Izuku while Freckles was around? If Freckles was going to pass as a quirk, wouldn't he have to disappear? Man, he really doesn't like you, huh? Do you know him? Ochako asked Izuku. Yeah, we've known each other since we were little kids. Izuku replied. What an uncouth brute. With any luck he'll be expelled before the day is done. Tenya pushed his glasses up. Even with Freckles, threat of truancy corrective action. Oui. Aoyama agreed. La bonne brûle vivement, mais pas pour long temps. The remaining tests weren't very notable. Ochako managed to score an infinity for her own ball throw, sending it up into orbit. She gave Izuku a high five at both being the only ones to score infinity on any of their tests. Katsuki fumed, ignoring them pointedly. During the 50-meter run, the other students had to either outpace Freckles or move aside to avoid being trampled as his master rode on top. Izuku wasn't the most flexible at seated toe touches, but the sit-ups were child's play after all his training. At the end of it all, Mr. Aizawa pulled up a hologram showing off the final scores. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to score third place. Then he gulped nervously. He had scored third place, right above Katsuki. At dead last, Minoru looked at the ground. Then he looked up as a shadow loomed over him. Firing main cannons, Freckles boomed menacingly, missile tubes glowing. Wait, what? Freckles? Bad. Izuku did a double take, springing into action. Students began taking cover. Todoroki Shoto ekted an ice wall in front of him. Kirishima Ejiro hardened his skin and stood in front of as many people as he could. And I was lying, nobody is going home. Aizawa commented before Freckles could fire, with a very amused expression. It was a logical deception to make you all perform to your full potential. Izuku's quirk was very helpful in that, so I didn't correct it. What? Everyone cried out in shock. I thought that was fairly obvious. Momo commented. Big talk coming from someone currently hiding behind a shield. Kyoka rebutted, pointing at the taller girl's thick police-style riot shield that had ripped out through her uniform. I'm still hiding for a reason. Does anyone have another uniform? Momo pleaded, keeping her body firmly out of sight behind the shield. Minoru's eyes went wide as dinner plates as the pervert began edging to the side, drooling as he tried to get a better look. He walked sideways right into Freckles' legs. Peeping on fellow students while they are indecently exposed is punishable by death. Freckles warned. Yeah, right. I'm not getting expelled, so you're all bark, no bye. Minoru's mocking was short-lived. Target locked. Freckles interrupted, spinning up his machine gun. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Minoru ran off screaming as bullets hit the ground behind him, before tripping and curling up into a ball. He died horribly, shredded into a pulp by the high caliber and fire rate. All that was left were a few blood-stained purple ball, stuck to the ground. Except that didn't really happen. The authors simply wanted to give the reader some joy before cruelly ripping it away again. What actually happened was Freckles opened fire, but Mineta managed to hide behind Kirishima, who took the bullets like a champ. Freckles, I'm so sorry, are you okay? Izuku ran forward. I'm fine, barely Hiss felt a thing. Kirishima smiled widely with his shark teeth. No. You tried to kill me. Minoru shrieked, pointing accusingly at. Serves him right. Kyoka muttered, giving Momo a towel to hide herself with. Most couldn't help but agree. All right, you problem children, wrap it up for today. Syllabus is on your desks. Study it and be ready for tomorrow. Mr. Aizawa walked off, not bothering to make sure if anyone had been hit by a stray bullet. That was certainly an eventful first day. Tenya supplied as both he and Izuku walked out of the school together. I'm not sure I approve of his teaching methods, but I suppose I may as well trust the best school in the nation to know what it's doing. I'm definitely not sure I approved of your quirk use. He gave the shorter boy a side eye, and looked up at where he thought Freckles had been, but found the giant robot strangely absent. Well, I don't control him all the time. Izuku muttered, but his explanation was cut off. Wait up! Ochako called out, rushing out of the doors to catch up to her new friends. Let's see that I have your names right, Ida Tenya? And Midoriya Deku? Deku? Izuku groaned, not expecting to be called that again so soon. Yeah, that's what Katsuki called you earlier, right? Deku? She recalled. The scene of the outburst was still fresh in all of their minds. My real name is actually Izuku. Deku is just a nickname he's called me forever now, to make fun of, well, me, he admitted nervously. Goodness, is he a former bully of yours? He really seems to have it out for you to the extreme. It's unbecoming of a hero. Tenya remarked, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he regarded his new friend. Something like that, yeah, Izuku admitted. We were friends forever ago, but things change, you know? Well, I like the sound of Deku. It sounds like Dikairu, like you can do it. Matches how determined you are to be a hero. Ochako cheered him on. It's real cute. Deku it is. Izuku blurted out, face heating up to the extreme as he said the first thing he could think of to close the conversation. Tenya made a disapproving exhalation somewhere between a hum and a grunt, before getting back on track. What were you saying about your quirk before, Midoriya? Tenya prompted respectfully. Oh right. Freckles has to obey me, but I don't have constant telepathic control over him. He'll do whatever he thinks he has to protect me. It's caused some disruptions, but I wouldn't give him up for anything. Izuku explained. He's sort of like a big brother, huh? Ochako laughed. You do look a lot alike. All green with the freckles. I'm well aware of how protective he is. Tenya recalled, grimacing. He's quite dangerous as well, but I suppose gun quirks can't help but be a little dangerous. Hopefully Freckles can be taught that he doesn't always have to go for the kill. Izuku traced the wires leading from the limb sockets to more piles of junk. What he uncovered were some of the biggest and heaviest-looking guns he had ever seen in his life. Fear clutched his chest for a moment. Hey, if I do put you back together, you aren't going to just go on a rampage and kill all humans, are you? Wire. Okay, but do you promise? This suddenly feels a lot more dangerous. Can I trust you? The robot was silent for a moment. Izuku felt like he was being watched, studied. Why? How dangerous does a quirk have to be before it's considered villainous? Gunhead has Gatling guns on his forearms, so he supplements it with martial arts to seem less dangerous. Izuku wondered. But you'd never catch Kacchan trying to be less scary. Honestly, I did name him Freckles to make him seem less scary, but then the quirk registry had to go and name my quirk giant killer robot. That was annoying. Freckles made a pretty good rescue hero though. That's what I want to be, saving people from disasters. He managed to stop that rubble from crushing us. If you ask me, he defines going beyond being just a weapon. He's a hero in his own right. Ochako judged. Izuku couldn't agree more. A warm feeling welled up in his chest, similar to how he felt when he talked with Freckles. He'd been absolutely terrified at the thought of being a social pariah again, and he'd forgotten what it was like to have real friends. It felt good. It felt unreal, like living someone else's life. Freckles was a real friend, realer than most. Where would he even be without him? What do you think so far? Principal Nizu of UA High School asked, offering a cup of tea to All Might. All Might passed graciously with a gesture, not having the stomach for it. They were impressive, all of them. Even the little stumpy one has potential for real growth and change. Aizawa mentioned it was a big improvement from last year. All Might shared his thoughts with the quirked animal taking quiet sips from the offered cup. I wasn't too big on the exam frontrunner. Seems like he can barely control that robot of his. The second place boy didn't seem much better, too much bark and bite. I think I'd like to wait and see what happens with the sports festival. Are you sure you don't want to go with Night Eye's suggestion? Nizu asked. He is promising. He'll be an amazing hero, even without one for all. I know that. He doesn't need it. I look at him, and I can't shake the feeling Night Eye is just trying to make another me. I don't need another me. I need someone who can be better than I was. All Might bemoaned. I know I don't have much time left, but I'm going to hold out, damn it. I know the right choice is right under my nose. I just have to find it. Being taught by pro heroes was something Izuku still had to get used to. The lessons themselves weren't particularly difficult, but stopping himself from muttering about the heroes was. This included when the teacher he was most worried about barged into the room. I am here. Coming through the door like a hero. All Might bellowed, cape billowing into the classroom as he leaned through the door heroically. The entire class freaked out. Izuku freaked out because he had absolutely not been ready for this. He dropped low in his seat, terrified that he'd be seen and singled out among his classmates. His classmates, on the other hand, freaked out at finally being able to meet the #1 hero. Holy crap, All Might. I can't believe it. Dekni's hair stood up on end in shock. He's really a teacher. This is gonna be epic. Ejiro pumped his fist with enthusiasm. Is that his Silver Age costume? Azuitsu asked, putting her finger to her chin in thought. Yeah, it is. He changed to that outfit when he returned to Japan from his training in America. Izuku muttered. Then once he got to the top 10, he switched to the current version. Katsuki growled, and Izuku clasped his jaw shut. His muttering had gotten him odd looks again, but no comments. Tsuyu stared at him from the corner of her eye across the room. Hello, kids. Now, we will begin to get into the basics of fighting for good. Today's lesson battles. All Might put on a show, flexing to get the class pumped up. It worked. Izuku gulped nervously. He didn't like the way Katsuki was smiling at him. Katsuki never smiled at him. This was gonna be bad. Now then, grab your equipment. The first step to being a hero is looking like one. So grab your costumes and meet me in Training Ground Beta. All Might ordered, pointing to where panels slid out of the walls, containing numbered cases. Your training begins now. Holy crap, everyone looked good. The clothing company that UA collaborated with didn't take half measures. Izuku received compliments from a very armored Ida on his good sense of protective wear. Armor isn't just practical to me. Tenya shared. It's symbolic to my family. It is very practical to be wearing full protection at high speeds though. I ended up with lots of bruises when my quirk first came in. The taller boy fiddled with his sleek helmet, making sure it was on comfortably. Izuku held his own helmet under his arm as the two walked into the battle center. I kind of feel silly. My mom made my costume as a show of support. It means a lot to me, so I don't want to replace it with the support company's take on it quite yet. Izuku admitted. Nonsense. You look plenty heroic and tactical. It suits your intelligence and quirk. Tenya assured him. Yeah, Deku, you look fine. At least yours isn't so. Ochako broke into the conversation, startling Izuku slightly. Form-fitting. Izuku's black padding and green jumpsuit was slack enough that it was comfortable enough to walk around with. Ochako's, by comparison, was spandex, and left fairly little to the imagination. I took some inspiration from 13. I should have said I didn't want something so tight. Ochako complained a bit. Wearing this makes me feel chubby. Girl, I already told you in the locker room, you ain't chubby. You got a full figure, and you should be proud of it. Mina clapped her on the back with a wide smile. She raised an eyebrow at Izuku, who had gone pinker than she was. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, you could ask for a change. Izuku forced down a stutter, trying to ignore the sweat beading through his jumpsuit. I think it's a marketing default of some sort. Tons of female heroes have skin-tight costumes. Did you see that one heroine who debuted a while back, Empty Lady? Was there for the villain attack. She stopped, and the first thing all the reporters on the scene did was take pictures. From behind. That's a bit disgraceful. Tenya winced. Is it misogynistic or misguided of me to say that sort of stuff dilutes the valor of heroics? Not that it's any woman's fault for being pressured to wear something. I picked out this fit. Mina pulled on her turquoise camouflage leotard. Capes aren't my thing. I just wanted flexibility for my sick moves. I mean, Yamamo has to have skin exposed for her quirk. Every individual case is so specific. But if I want more popularity, I gotta keep it tight? Ochako looked a bit ill. I don't know how I feel about that. 13 is still pretty popular. Tight clothes aren't everything. Izuku assured her. 13 is my favorite. Ochako's face lit up with a bright smile. She's what inspired me to get into rescue heroics. Izuku was rescued from feelings he absolutely wasn't ready for by Katsuki of all people. Get out of my way, extras. He snarled, shoving past Izuku, knocking the helmet out of his grasp. Quit standing around talking about pointless crap. I got some heads to knock together. Geez, grumpy much? Mina pouted. He's always like that. Izuku assured her, bending down with his face flush to retrieve the helmet. Ochako beat him to it, floating it to him with his quirk. He's just a bully. Hopefully he meets his match during his battle. Ochako frowned after Katsuki. Are you okay? Those grenade things look like they hit hard. I'm fine. Izuku took his helmet, wiping away the scuffing. Not 5 minutes in costume, and Katsuki was already messing with his mom's hard work. As appalled I am at his treatment of his classmates, he's right about one thing. Let's hurry and make sure we're punctual. Tena chopped his arm, speeding off, leaving the others running in his dust into the training ground. All right, are you ready, you bunch of newbies? All Might shouted out to the gathered class. Let's get this. Midoriya Izuku. A familiar menacing mechanical monotone spoke out from behind the hero. All Might jumped badly, extremely startled to find the Midoriya boy's giant killer robot looming right behind him. Goodness, you just come from nowhere. Don't give a middle-aged man a heart attack. All Might's smile became nervous and strained. Freckles ignored him, staring down Izuku with a non-expression usually reserved for faux villains. Hi. What's up, Freckles? Izuku asked as most of his classmates edged away from the robot's line of sight nervously. Hi, Freckles. Ochako waved, full of friendly energy. Freckles turned to face her briefly, then looked back at Izuku, bloodlust evident. He stepped closer to his master slowly, shaking the ground, and making everyone present shake in their boots. Izuku got a taste of how everyone else felt around his fake quirk. Put on your helmet. Freckles commanded. Why was gonna? Geez, Freckles, Izuku muttered, but Freckles was having none of it. Combat scenario imminent. Cranial integrity has proven insufficient in prior engagements. Freckles succinctly explained. Put on your helmet. Are you seriously doing this right now? In front of everyone? Izuku waved the helmet around in an exasperated gesture. Other classmates, including Ochako, Mina, Sirohanta, and even Dark Shadow were giggling at the display. Tokoyami Fumikage chastised his quirk for his behavior. Put it on. Freckles demanded for the last time, missile chambers glowing. Fine. Geez. Izuku lifted the helmet, shoving it down over his head, then had to mess around with it so he could even see behind his crazy hair. Least I don't bug you like that, Fumi? Dark Shadow chortled. Away with you, demon. Fumikage bemoaned quietly, shoving the living shadow back under his cloak. Anyways, let's please keep interruptions to a minimum. All Might peered at Izuku. Under the helmet, his expression was indiscernible, but Izuku had a look of pure terror at being addressed by the hero again. Did he recognize him? Now, before we start, can anyone tell me where most villain attacks take place? All Might asked, putting his smile back on, and a hand to his ear. The class began chattering with answers, hands in the air. The bank. Think you guess? On the street. Momo tried thoughtfully. New York City? Taurus gloves waved in the air. Others around her snickered. I heard on the street. You're half right. The most common place for villains to attack is outside. This is because most villains are very, he gestured at the class to take a second guess. Big. Mina hopped up and down. Obvious. Mashiaro's tail jumped onto the ground expressively. Homeless. Mizo held several hands far above everyone else, having heard Koji's near-silent guess. Dumb. Katsuki barked out. Precisely. Villains are generally really stupid. All Might praised. Katsuki looked taken aback, then proud of himself. Villains who commit crimes in broad daylight are generally desperate, mentally unstable, and/or generally are not using common sense to dictate their actions. These are muggers, people suffering from lack of quirk control, people who think they can do whatever they like with their power. Thugs like that are a dime a dozen. All Might waved dismissively. Villains who lurk indoors, out of sight, are the smart ones. The real dangerous ones with big plans. The ones who won't play fair. So, today, that's the sort of situation we're going to be playing off of today. You'll be teamed up with a classmate and randomly face off against another team, in 2-on-2 hero versus villain battles. Randomly? Is that the best way to assign us? Tenya interjected, chopping his arm. Well, most hero team-ups are impromptu, aren't they? Izuku supplied, voice muffled a little under the helmet. You don't choose when villains attack and who you have to work with. Things just happen and you have to do the best with what you got. Exactly. All Might gave a thumbs up, startling Izuku out of his explanation. God, he was glad nobody could see how unhappy he looked to be addressed by All Might. Katsuki's expression soured at hearing the hero praise the owner of the highest name on his sheet list. I understand, please, continue. Tenya bowed. So here's the story. 2 villains will hide a nuclear bomb wherever they choose in the test building. 2 heroes will infiltrate the building and engage the villains. Heroes win if they touch the bomb or capture both villains. Villains win if they run out the clock or capture both heroes. Any questions? Shouldn't we get some sort of basic training for combat first, Karo? So you wondered, hunching nervously. This is your basic training. You'll figure out what you need to improve upon down the line. All Might waved dismissively. Don't worry too much. Just do your best. Izuku felt slightly more confident, knowing he had already done basic combat training with Freckles. It would be his first time applying his practice to real people, but with Freckles' help, he had faith he could beat anyone here. Not only that, he had Ochako's help too. Great, we're teamed up. Ochako looked excited at the pairing announcement. Izuku was glad his nervous blush was concealed, but couldn't stop his tic from making him rub the back of his helmet. Are girls usually this nice? Grow the F up, Izuku. Tenya, on the other hand, was trying to start over for the second time with Katsuki. I suppose we'll make a good. He was cut off nearly instantly by Katsuki's palm in his face. Quit yapping, glasses, unless you want to go through this fight blind. The shorter boy threatened, not even looking. The nerve! Tenya grumbled, before facing the teacher again. So, our first fight will be... All Might reached into 2 boxes before pulling out ball with the team letters written on them. D and A. These guys... All Might announced jovially. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. Good luck, you guys. Katsuki looked at Izuku, and bared his teeth in what was barely recognizable as a smile. Oh no. Katsuki, that's the guy who picks on you, right? Ochako asked. You seem pretty nervous about this fight. Yeah. He's crazy strong. Plus, this fight takes place indoors. I'm not sure how good my quirk is gonna be for this. Izuku said glumly. Freckles can't exactly follow us inside. The halls are way narrower than the schools. I know how you feel. I don't feel quite ready for a fight against Ida, much less Bakugo. So, what's the plan? Just go for the bomb and win by tagging it. Ochako suggested. That might be all that we can do. We can be sure that Kacchan won't be at the bomb, though. He'll be roaming the halls, looking for me to take a preemptive strike. I think we can also assume the bomb will be on a higher floor, where we'll have to go past him eventually to reach it. There's no other way in unless... Izuku trailed off into unintelligible mutterings that Ochako had a hard time following, but she didn't interrupt him. Better to let him keep that trail of thought going if he got an idea to win. If she wanted to make her parents proud, she'd do that by telling them she won her first fight of the year. After a minute straight about muttering something about collateral damage, Izuku's helmet tilted upwards to where Freckles was standing ready for orders, and Ochako heard him SCK in a deep muffled breath. I need to ask All Might something. Izuku declared, standing up. So, I've finished clearing out the room. Uraraka won't have any ammo to work with. Tenya said proudly, chopping his arm across the room. Whatever. You stand guard here, keep the bomb safe. Katsuki grumbled, moving out of the room as All Might announced that the attackers could enter the building. Where are you going? Surely we'll be better at defending as a team. Tenya protested, dismayed at his continued inability to get any reasonable cohesion from his teammate. I don't care about all that. You think villains care about teamwork? Katsuki mocked. I'm on my way to beat the hell out of that shitty Deku. That stupid robot of his isn't going to be able to follow him into this building. Freckles still has formidable ranged weapons. What if he shoots into the building, randomly? Tenya asked, chopping his arm confrontationally. Who the F is if Katsuki's refusal to remember names unassigned by him was interrupted by said robot firing seemingly randomly at the building. Boom 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 boom. The wall facing the street was torn apart by missiles, and the entire building shook and bucked under the strain of losing a whole wall. Rubble bounced off of Tenya's armor and Katsuki's gauntlets as they shielded themselves from the unexpected attack. A pair of figures floated upwards ominously into the new open space, and Ochako released Izuku and herself from the effects of her quirk. Shortly after, a hefty impact left the ceiling above them buckling under the weight of Freckles. Step 1 of Izuku's plan had been locating the bomb. That was easy enough. Katsuki and Tenya had no means to fool Freckles' sensors. Step 2 was smashing a hole in the wall to attack from an unexpected angle. Step 3 was using Ochako's quirk to float their way through the newly made opening, as well as give Freckles an easier way up to the top of the building to provide support. Izuku still wasn't sure how he'd gotten on that roof a few months back. Step 4 was to grab the bomb. Izuku was wishing he spent a bit more time on Step 4, but he'd barely managed to get Ochako to agree to his plan before All Might had started the clock. Izuku stopped himself from trembling as he meagerly got All Might's attention, pulling his helmet off. "Excuse me, sir?" he squeaked, keeping his eyes averted. "Midoriya, right? You nervous for your first fight, kiddo?" All Might assumed, resting a hand on the boy's shoulder to comfort him. "Well, no. Not exactly." Izuku mumbled. "I was just wondering what the rules are for collateral damage to the building? Am I allowed to break through walls?" "Of course. Go all out, but within reason. No reason to do anything that could get your classmates killed on my first day, so don't bring the entire building down if you can avoid it." All Might answered easily. "The last thing I need is the attendance sheet turning into a hit list, so do what you can to keep your robot from outright killing anyone." Yes, sir." Izuku bowed, then hurriedly shoved his helmet back on. That boy was certainly nervous for the top scorer of the entrance exam, wasn't he? At least All Might hadn't seemed to recognize him yet. Izuku had no reason to change that fact. Now Izuku could worry about the task at hand. "There's the bomb. Now what?" Ochako asked, holding her hands up, ready to use her quirk. Izuku thought fast, judged the distance Katsuki and Tenya were from the bomb, and made the choice to keep on the offensive. "We win." Izuku grinned. "How?" Ochako asked. "Don't lose." Izuku shouted as he charged, directly for Tenya, standing between him and the bomb. Unprepared, the fully armored villain pretender staggered back in surprise at the crude assault, leaning against the comically large bomb. "What? Don't lose? That's your plan?" Ochako was similarly dumbstruck. "Bring it, loser." Katsuki blasted off, intercepting Izuku before he could leap right at the bomb. An explosion to Izuku's padded stomach sent him sliding on his back headfirst into a pillar, but he recovered quickly. He rubbed the top of his helmet as he stared down Katsuki through his visor. "It's gonna take more than that to keep me down, Kacchan," Izuku declared defiantly. "I got more where that came from," Katsuki replied, and the two former friends charged each other. "Take this, you nerd." In the moment the two collided, Izuku had a brief moment of introspection. He'd been afraid of Katsuki for a long time. It wasn't something he liked realizing, much less admitting, but things were different now. Not only was he not afraid anymore, he was ready. How could he ever be scared of being hit by such a telegraphed right hook when compared to being trampled by Freckles? With unbelievably little effort, Izuku spun into the swing, grabbing Katsuki's arm, and flipped him over onto his back with a vicious thud. There was a stunned silence from everyone in the room. Izuku fumbled for his capture tape as he called back to Ochako. "I got this. Get the bomb, please." His polite request broke the others out of their stupor, including Katsuki, who immediately fired an explosion from the hand pinned behind his back. "If she touches that bomb, I'll kill you, Lancelot," Katsuki threatened as he righted himself once Izuku was forced to let him go. He went on the offensive as Izuku rushed to recollect his capture tape. "I'm on it," Tenya and Ochako said at the same time, locked eyes, and sprang into action. Tenya picked up the papier-mâché prop and started running for the door. Ochako raced after him. "He's getting away," she shouted, leaping into the air weightless and rushing to the door. Izuku responded by giving an order as loud as he could over the sound of the explosions Katsuki kept sending at him. "Freckles, cut him off, north side." At his request, a hailstorm of bullets rained down on the door from through the ceiling. Tenya had been making a break for, cutting off his escape. The fleeing villain screeched to a halt, and took a sharp right turn, sticking to the edges of the room and keeping himself a scarce target in case Freckles decided to aim for him instead. Ochako wasn't far behind, kicking herself off of any surface she could to get closer to the bomb. "You can't escape, villain," she teased, trying to sound confident so as not to give away how queasy her entirely improvised gymnastics had made her. "Give up." "Not a chance, pathetic hero." Tenya defiantly dodged out of her reach, clearly beginning to embrace his villainous persona. "You may be agile, but you can't catch up to me if you have no ammunition to pair your quirk with, and I've completely cleared the room of things you could use." "Christ, stop talking, idiot," Katsuki growled, keeping his attention on putting Izuku in his place. Just because you're pretending to be a FANG villain doesn't mean you have to FANG explain your dumbass evil plan like one. Katsuki wasn't giving his target room to retaliate. Izuku's padding wasn't doing much to protect against the continuous blasts forcing him backwards. He was really beginning to wish he'd gotten weapons added to his costume, something with range. His hand-to-hand skills weren't helpful against Katsuki's onslaught, and Katsuki himself kept himself moving around the room almost as fast as Tenya. Despite the hard-headed nature of the attacks, Izuku knew Katsuki wasn't actually stupid or careless. He had been overconfident when Izuku caught him off guard, but now he was careful to keep Izuku at a distance and not stand anywhere long enough for Izuku to call a position for Freckles to shoot through the ceiling. Both of the villains were running laps around the heroes. Ochako and Izuku were outmatched on their own. Tenya had been smart to remove anything for Ochako to use her quirk on, and Freckles wasn't doing any good where he was. In a moment of reckless brilliance inspired by seeing the floor torn up by Katsuki's quirk where he had just been standing, Izuku decided to kill two birds with one stone. Freckles, shake! He roared, backing to the edge of the room. Katsuki paled and dove to the other side of the room. The mechanical sound of Freckles rearing up was muffled through the roof, but the violent kinetic impact was not. The entire middle of the ceiling caved in under the force of Freckles' paw, and the robot landed in the room with enough weight to cause the floor to sag and the very building to tremble. Dust and debris filled the room, leaving the combatants utterly disoriented and confused. You idiot, Death! Are you trying to bring the entire building down? Katsuki coughed violently, waving his arms to clear the smoke from his vision. Oh! A fist-sized chunk of cement struck him in the back. Izuku, not suffering from dust inhalation due to the protection from his helmet, had been quick to grab something to use to attack with. No, just getting some ammo for me and Ochako to work with. Izuku replied triumphantly, the determined expression hidden beneath the helmet. Thanks, Deku. Ochako weakly groaned from somewhere across the room, trying to find her way to her feet. The dust began to settle, letting the occupants regain their bearings. In the middle of the room, standing upon cracked ground, were Freckles' legs. Freckles' head and weapons was barely able to peek under the rim of the hole he had smashed through. In one corner of the room, Izuku hoisted up a broken slab of cement almost as large as he was, positioning it upright in front of him like a shield. To his left in the other corner, Ochako recovered and one-upped her teammate by hoisting up an entire pillar with her quirk, wielding it like a club. In the other corners, Katsuki looked mad enough to bite his own tongue off, and Tenya seemed to momentarily forget what his goal was when he saw Freckles in the middle of the room. Freckles' head rotates around to aim at the villains, briefly scanning Tenya almost dismissively, then staring down Katsuki. Oh, look who joined the party. Bring it on, Alexa. Katsuki erupted. Firing main Seadera. Freckles began, but suddenly stumbled. The entire building and everyone in it felt ominous vibrations course through them as the floor beneath them buckled and cracked. Then, right below Freckles, it caved, giving way to the robot's excessive tonnage. He landed easily on his paws, upright, exactly in the position he had been before, but now with a significant elevation disadvantage, as only the top of his hull poked out through the hole in the floor. Then he suddenly dropped out of view as he fell through the next floor. And the next one gave way after that. And the next one. And the next, gradually becoming less audible as the robot awkwardly collapsed the entire middle structure of the whole building down to the ground level. Oops. Izuku muttered to himself, slightly dumbfounded. I should have factored in the damage that Stomp would have done combined with his weight. Data logged. Attack protocol in urban high ground adjusted. Freckles' voice echoed from several stories down the hole. Awaiting tactical advisement. Yes, same. Ochako admitted, still holding her pillar, feeling a bit ridiculous. Fucking idiots. Katsuki barked out, staring at the gaping pit where there had once been a building. That was your plan? Oh. Izuku sensed what was coming, and tightened his grip on the slab of cement. Katsuki propelled himself forward on his quirk, spinning himself as he went to give himself more power. Knowing how easily Katsuki would be able to blast right through the cement if he used it as a shield, Izuku decided to use the slab as a projectile instead. Summoning every ounce of the strength he had cultivated from Freckles' boot camp, he clutched the edge of the debris and lifted it high over his head. "Heave!" Izuku shouted with all his might, not a pun off. Katsuki didn't have time to get out of the way of the sudden oncoming projectile that Izuku had shot at him like it was a basketball. Instead, he was forced to blast the object out of his path. The explosion he used both knocked him off his target trajectory and obscured his vision somewhat. Izuku took advantage of Katsuki's stumble back onto the uneasy floor and set upon him with the full force of his hand-to-hand skills. "Bring it on now." Katsuki's challenge was cut short by a punch delivered square to his cheek, twisting his head painfully sideways. He staggered back in stunned silence as he felt his rapidly bruising face through his thick gloves. Swishing his mouth a bit, he spat a tooth out. Sorry, oh god, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, sorry. Izuku's boxing stance fell apart as he gestured apologetically toward his opponent. Katsuki just stared at the tooth in shock. It was a lower lateral incisor, completely knocked out. Holy crap! Ochako winced across the room. Goodness, do we need to stop the exercise? Ida held a hand over his mouthplate. Greawa! Katsuki gave a particularly feral howl as he twisted back at Izuku, face stretched into a snarl that showed the dental gap in all its bleeding glory. Throwing himself with another explosion, he body slammed Izuku to the ground. No, IOF, think we're good. Keep OW. After the bomb, Uraragi. Izuku assured them as he did his best he could even while being attacked. Izuku's helmet cracked against the floor roughly from Katsuki's pin, disorienting him. His helmet faced further punishment as Katsuki brought the full weight of his gauntlets down on it, cracking his visor and sending pain flaring throughout his face. Katsuki was wailing on him purely out of rage, but with no real technique, Izuku realized once he returned to his senses. Compared to being pinned under one of Freckles' paws, it wasn't even a challenge to get free. Izuku planted his hands to the floor to lever his entire body to bring his knee directly into Katsuki's groin. His attacker spat blood into his shattered visor in shock before rolling off him to curl up a bit in agony. Effing dash. A nut tap. He barely managed to squeak out. Seriously? Blygam Sneerius. Izuku sat up slowly, peeling his destroyed helmet off. His nose was gushing blood and his normally bushy hair was flat with sweat. Blat gu bronk manobes. Bly hab to dub subvig. Mwaha. Tenya suddenly zoomed past the two, holding the giant papier-mâché bomb right over his head. I'm going to get away with this dastardly scheme scot-free. You okay, Deku? Ochako called out as she drifted past overhead after Ida, flinging chunks of building after him while simultaneously trying to keep control of her trajectory. I be goob. Izuku shot her a thumbs up. Blood was absolutely psing out of his face and the injury had given him a speech impediment. Don't let her get that bomb, idiot. Katsuki roared at Ida. I'll deal with this little sheet, then get rid of her. Nob gib bly have anyth. But go. Izuku's defiant banter cut short as Katsuki rounded on him and held his gauntlet forward shakily. I'm gonna paste you to the wall like the shitstain you are, Deku. Katsuki foamed at the mouth slightly. I've got enough boom juice built up to finish you off once and for all. Katsuki Bakugu, stand down. A blast like that at that range could kill him. All Might warned over the speakers. The urgency of his voice made both Ochako and Ida cease their game of cat and mouse. Yeah, that's the big idea. If I'm gonna be a villain, may as well be the best villain I can be. Katsuki smiled nastily as he yanked the pin on his gauntlet. Catching no? Izuku cried out. The instant the click was heard, several things happened very suddenly. First, light poured from the nozzle on the gauntlet as it acted like almost a flamethrower. Except nobody in their right mind would fuel a flamethrower with nitroglycerin. Second, Izuku bolted forwards towards Katsuki, keeping low to avoid most of the blast that was coming up very suddenly to meet him. Third, several chunks of concrete collided with Katsuki from across the room, the home run sent by Ochako trying to do anything she could to protect her teammate. The unexpected onslaught knocked Katsuki's aim sideways. Fourth, Tenya let go of the bomb to burst towards the two unburdened, chopping his arm as he tried to order them to not do anything rash. Unfortunately, he ran with too much urgency and ended up sprinting right into the new path of the explosion. With all that chaos unfolded, what happened next was obscured by the intense explosion. Everyone in the room was blinded by the light. Everyone watching the fight through the cameras couldn't see anything through the intense smokescreen that followed. "Hello? Are you all okay?" All Might's voice broke everyone out of their various state of stupor as they came to. "I don't know. I can barely see anything." Ochako coughed out, kneeling against the ceiling as she kept off the unstable floor. "And I don't know how much longer the building is going to be standing." "All gubbed out, Hiref." Izuku lisped out, waving his arms through the smoke. "He obli graybed blee. You sagged blee agabe. Only graze you're on fire." Ochako's eyes widened as she notices the flames lighting up Izuku's uniform. "Gya." He started and used his thick gloves to pat down his body rapidly, putting out the burns. Anyblay I got HIB. Who? Izuku reached down into the dissipating layer of smog and pulled up something orange. He'd managed to wrap some capture tape around Katsuki's wide gauntlet. The bound teen groaned slightly as he slowly regained consciousness. "Bokugo Katsuki is eliminated." All Might called out over the intercom. "What about young Ida?" "I'm still standing." The armor-clad student staggered into view, badly scorched and dented from the explosion. "Lucky for our armor, aren't we, Midoriya?" "Yeah." Are we still fighting?" Ochako interrupted awkwardly. "Where'd the bomb go?" With the smoke sufficiently cleared away, everyone could see that the papier-mâché bomb was nowhere to be found. Objective complete. Freckles' voice echoed up through the holes in the various floors. Peeking over the edge, everyone could see the robot had crushed the bomb under its paw. "Oh, it must have fallen over the edge when though." Tenya guiltily lowered his arm in a single sad chop. "The hero team wins." All Might announced promptly, with no lack of relief. "The exercise is over." "Stupid. Loser." Katsuki stumbled slightly as he pulled himself to his feet and spun on his teammate. "You let the bomb go? What was the one FNG thing I told you to do, you total FNG failure?" "Geez, calm down." Ochako pressed her fingers together as she landed on the floor, standing between Katsuki and Tenya. "It's over now. Let's get out of here before this place finally falls apart." "Over? It's not over. We're not done here. Neither you nor the nerd touched the DMN bomb. That walking biker bar jukebox doesn't count as a person." Katsuki protested. "Tage thad bag, Bakugo." Izuku spat blood at his former best friend's feet as he got into his space aggressively. His blood boiled at the insult to his new best friend. His green eyes blazed venomously. The audacity of this little beach, Katsuki thought. When was the last time the nerd had used his real name? Who did he think he was? He whipped around, bringing his gauntlet up to backhand Izuku with it, but Ochako was having none of that, grabbing his shoulder before he could hit her teammate. "Quit being such a bully. The fight's over." She growled as he tried to shrug her grip off. "Even if it was still going on, you're eliminated. There's nothing for you to do. You lost. Quit being a sore loser." "Hands off, beach." He growled back, eyes darting around wildly with rage, indecisive about who to attack first. Izuku made the choice for him by picking him up by the back of his hero costume's collar and dunking him against the floor. Ochako had evidently managed to use her quirk on the sore loser. Together, Team A began kicking Katsuki back and forth between them like a soccer ball. Katsuki threw a few punches and explosions, but neither member of the hero team let up on him, silently beating his butt. Stop, young Uraraka and Midoriya. This is unacceptable behavior." Might ordered them nervously over the intercom. That's enough. This is senseless violence. Cease it at once." Tenya commanded, standing over Katsuki and holding Ochako and Izuku at arm's length. Remove your quirk at once, Uraraka. Fine. She grunted, pressing her fingers together. Release. Izuku spat even more blood at his feet as he stared hatefully at Katsuki, daring him to say another word about his friends silently. And Katsuki being Katsuki. I don't need your help, you useless FNG Nippo baby. You had one FING job. Why don't you go buy a win from the teacher? He snarled, propping himself painfully on his elbows as he tried getting to his knees. There was a tense moment of silence as Tenya's unemotive knightly helmet stared down at his teammate. A furious aura spilt from him as his patience snapped. Then he kicked Katsuki hard. And again. And again. And Izuku and Ochako joined in. Collectively, they delivered a good 7 seconds of hurt onto Katsuki, not uttering a single word, bound in a mutual kinship of their disdain for the pathetic soul fighting to keep consciousness at their feet. Enough. All of you stop this now. I'm not afraid to take a page out of your homeroom teacher's book and expel you for this unheroic behavior. Exit the building now. All Might boomed over the intercom, audibly upset. Only a little sobered, the three friends abandoned the whoop-ass and looked for a safe exit. Izuku picked Katsuki up, ignoring his weak struggles, and tossed him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Ochako floated them all to the ground, where Izuku dumped Katsuki unceremoniously at the feet of medical robots. Behind them, Freckles walked out of the building's ground floor, crashing effortlessly through the wall. The entire structure promptly fell in on its lack of load-bearing walls, shaking the area with its complete devastation. Good job, Freckles. Izuku shot him a thumbs up and a bloody smile. Scanners indicate cranial integrity compromised. Where is your helmet, Midoriya Izuku? Freckles stared down at him menacingly. Izuku sighed and gestured at the rubble behind the robot. Probably in deer. Bakugo smashed it any bay. Gand burbed Bly Copstamub. I'm go dajita new bun. He glared after Katsuki being dragged off by a stretcher. Sobthig would better arbor, and a snort better degree of vision. Do you need any medical attention, Midoriya? Tenya looked over the burns, wincing at the clear severity. On closer inspection, you do need medical attention. How are you even still standing? This is nothing. You should see the other guy. Izuku grinned cheekily. Ochako keeled over laughing, clutching her sides painfully, before vomiting all over the pavement. How about you, Ida? You okay? Izuku asked. You didn't need to do what you did. You'll probably get in trouble too now. So be it. If I am to be a villain, I may as well be the best villain I can be. Tenya's helmet hit an uncharacteristic smirk. I'll admit he got under my skin. Not just what he said about me, but how he treated you was unacceptable. I couldn't just stand by. What are best friends for, huh? Ochako wiped her mouth, smiling. Best friends? Izuku echoed happily. Affirmative. Freckles agreed. Crank, crank, crank. Okay, I think that's attached as tight as I can make it. Let me finish the wiring now. Why? After double-checking his work, Izuku pushed the hatch in the armor shut like a car hood, satisfied. That should be good. Can you get up now? YWIRCRUMBLRUMBLRUMB. Slowly the robot lifted itself, pushing aside any remaining garbage piled atop its armor. The main body lifted higher and higher, the legs adjusting and shifting weight to stand straighter and straighter. Each footfall and rebalance shook the earth around them. In a surprisingly short time, the giant robot towered over Izuku, who couldn't help but gape up at the show of force demonstrated by merely standing up. Wow. You can walk. That's amazing. I can't believe I did all that correctly. That's... Suddenly the robot slumped violently, its legs seemingly giving out on itself as its body slammed back into the beach. Oh no, I spoke too soon, didn't I? Stupid Deku, of course I messed up. Are you okay? Is there something I... Wired you? Tum. Oh, great, you can walk again. Phew, that was close. Let's see about finishing those repairs, okay? Can you, kneel down a bit? I can't reach you up there. Takoba Municipal Beach Park was odd the more you thought about it. The eyesore that had caused housing prices to plummet when potential buyers so much as smelled the area within 20 blocks of the scrapyard had been more or less abandoned and ignored by the local government. When locals began to hear gunshots and explosions coming from inside the park, it only convinced the general population to steer as clear as they could of the small wasteland. On top of that, the police officers who had been called in by noise complaints and alleged gang activity hadn't been able to recover any such evidence. If there was someone shooting up trash for no reason, they covered their tracks well. After months of sleepless nights, suddenly, a night of complete silence, followed by a shocking revelation in the morning. It was totally clean. Where there was once a wall of garbage, suddenly, all the trash had seemingly been moved somewhere more appropriate for its contents, like a landfill. Now it was a beautiful stretch of coastline perfect for families and couples. Couples especially found the new date site appealing. The elderly homeowners became rabid at the thought of their property values remaining as low as they were, and collectively acted "no littering" signs at every entrance possible, hell-bent on selling to a younger generations of families and retiring somewhere cushy. Way to hustle, old-timers. At this moment one of said couples was standing on the modest pier overlooking the date had been suggested by the dude, and apparently it was scoring good in the ladies' books. "The sunset is really beautiful here," said the woman, leaning on the railing. "It's not the only thing," the man said smoothly, flicking some of her long hair behind her ear. "It's a shame it's too cold out to go swimming." The woman rolled her eyes playfully. "Yeah, you'd be happy for an excuse to see me in a swimsuit, wouldn't you?" she asked sarcastically. "Do I need an excuse?" he asked cheekily, smiling wide with flirty smugness. She chortled at his audacity and failed to hide the laughter. "Before the fifth date? Dimmin' right you do. That's fine by me." He kept smiling as he moved in for a kiss. Flash, plank. The gentle kiss was interrupted by the sound of metal meeting cement. Looking down, the couple could see a heavily armored hand gripping onto the ledge, reaching out of the water. "What the?" Another hand followed, then a powerful figure pulled itself out of the sea and climbed the railing easily, bending it under its weight. It was covered head to toe in futuristic armor. The man under the armor must have been at least 7 feet tall, but the armor easily added some mass. Rusted brown metal plating easily 3 inches thick covered his chest and limbs. The helmet was similarly bulky, with 2 yellow lenses glowing from a gap where a visor would be between the crown and the muzzle. The armor on the chest was burnt black and scored with explosive damage, like someone had detonated a grenade right on his chest, but it hadn't fazed him. The rust damage appeared to be mostly cosmetic, as the man moved around just fine. The couple were startled backwards a bit, as the man had come from seemingly nowhere out of the ocean. His footsteps cracked the wet cement under him slightly as he advanced. He was stopped short by the woman speaking up. Are you a hero? Where did you come from?" she asked nervously. Her date was less hesitant. "Wow, a hero? Cool, I didn't know heroes even came to this part of town. Are you an Ingenium Agency member or something? Can you sign my shirt?" He pulled his collar forwards, offering it. The fanboy in him couldn't help asking, even though he didn't know the exact name for the hero. The woman relaxed a bit and shared his excitement somewhat. "No," the armored man uttered, the helmet synthesizing his voice boldly. Without another word, the evidently not a hero grabbed the collar and simply lifted. He sent the mildly annoying date-goer absolutely soaring over his shoulder into the sea. The woman screamed slightly, watching in shock as her new boyfriend went spinning through the air 50 meters before landing far out away from the beach with a painful splash. The armored man walked on, ignoring the cries of the woman behind him. He strode on the beach, metal boots sinking into the sand with his weight, and stopped halfway away from the water, something in the sand catching his attention. He fell to his knees with a violent thud and began digging efficiently, clearing 6 inches of sand away before finding what he was looking for. A heavy caliber bullet. Getting to his feet, the yellow lenses stared at the bullet resting in his palm, analyzing it, before he crushed it to powder in his fingers and flung it aside. Then he walked right off the beach, clearly on a mission. "Okay, does your speaker work now?" "Testing. Testing." Testing. 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 The booming robotic voice matching the serious nature of the owner's stature echoed across the beach. Oh, that's loud. But good. You can speak. Mantis-class military assault droid reporting for duty. Awaiting orders. The robot stood tall, ready for action. Wow. Where do you come from? No data present. The robot answered after searching its databanks for a moment. What? Well, who made you? How did you get here? No data present. The robot answered again. What's your name? Mantis. No designation available. Awaiting designation from superior officer. Who me? I'm your superior officer? Affirmative. So you'll do whatever I say? Affirmative. Holy cow, this is a lot to take in. Do those guns actually work? The robot turned on its torso and unleashed a spray of bullets into a pile of garbage. It followed up the bullets with a volley of rockets, leaving a smoldering crater behind. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-boom boom 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 boom. Affirmative. All systems operational. Sensors online. Active camouflage ready. Primary locomotion online. Shields at 100%. Weapons nominal and ready for combat. Oh, good. Omigodwinid tajatautov hersimionuil havahert the tonconfine duswa tarwagoing todo, where'd you go? The robot had disappeared right before his eyes. He blinked and it was simply gone. Had he imagined the whole thing? Active camouflage online. Undetected by enemy soldiers. No enemy soldiers detected. Gears started turning in the young teen's head as he thought back to what Katsuki had told him earlier that day. Pray for a quirk in my next life. Command not recognized. The robot interrupted his mumbling. Oh, sorry, ignore that. I'm just thinking. He assured him. I mumble, it's a bad habit. Anyways, could you, pretend to be my quirk? Requesting definition of quirk. The robot asked, clearly willing but not understanding how to follow the order. Everyone I know has an ability that makes them special. Some people can fly, change their bodies, and are just better. I'm the exception, nothing makes me special. But you can just disappear whenever you want. Affirmative. Could you pretend that you're my ability? That I can summon you out of nowhere to fight with me? Could you help me become a hero? I can't be one without a quirk, but with you, maybe I have a chance. Command acknowledged. Standing by for assignment and designation. Izuku wrapped his arms around the leg of the robot, hugging it tightly, letting tears pour from his face. Scans indicate compromised bone structure. Advising medical attention. Okay, sniff. Thanks. I'll call you Freckles. Well, now that match is concluded, who would you all say was the MVP? All Might surveyed with a flourish, waving a hand over the two combatants who had made it back to the monitoring room instead of the nurse's office, Tenya and Ochako. A ponderous silence filled the room, and turned into an awkward silence as everyone came to a similar conclusion. It was very hard to choose, considering how much had managed to go wrong. Izuku, I guess. Denki shot in the dark. He really kept up with Katsuki, even without his quirk. Plus, his quirk won the match. On the other hand, his quirk caused a lot of unnecessary structural damage that only made the objective more dangerous. Not to mention, most of that damage seemed unintentional. The robot fell through the entire building. Momo countered, face locked in a faint frown as she went over the details in her head. It did manage to cut off the villain's exit. Shoto spoke up, startling those around him who were unused to hearing him make any sound at all. This is true. Tenya chopped his arm towards his classmate. If I had managed to reach the stairwell in time, I likely would have had more options to protect my objective. I also believe Izuku is the MVP. I disagree. His plan was far too reckless and improvised. His victory, while well fought, was quite honestly accidental. Momo shook her head at Tenya. You didn't mean to drop that bomb after all. I'm not saying you meant to either, but I think that might honestly disqualify you from being MVP as well. No offense meant, of course. No offense taken. Tenya removed his helmet, revealing a disappointed sort of cringe on his face as he admitted his mistake. I also behaved quite disgracefully, no matter how much in character I could claim to have been. The class collectively stifled a chuckle at the mention of his villain acting. It would be a disservice to the curriculum to name me MVP. When Bakugo was about to hit Izuku, my body moved on its own. I didn't want my friend getting hit by that. What happened after was inexcusable. Tenya hung his head. I'll be frank, in the real world, villains are going to want you dead. You need to fight hard and be ready to defend yourself against anything. The reason I asked young Bakugo to stop his attack was because my professional opinion made me believe that young Midoriya would have no way to survive against such a blast without his quirk there to help him. All Might expressed, moving next to Tenya to put a hand on his shoulder. You are here to learn to be heroes. I don't think you should lose any points for behaving like one, even during an exercise pretending to be a villain. Coming back from the nurse's office from getting a quick kiss from Recovery Girl, Izuku stopped dead outside the door as he listened to the number one hero explain himself. Well said. Magnifique. Yuga joined in. Manly. Ejiro pumped a fist. Young Bakugo's technique had similar issues to young Yaoyorozu's criticism. His attacks were too powerful for an indoor space such as that, and he had no real plan or strategy apart from overwhelming violence. All Might continued. I'll admit, I ended the exercise partially because of young Midoriya's robot destroying the bomb, and partially because the battle had gotten well out of hand. His name is Freckles. Izuku interjected without thinking, and clapped his hand over his mouth. He hadn't even walked into the room, here he was eavesdropping. God, they were all going to think he was so creepy? Swallowing heavily, Izuku turned around the corner, hunched over himself and rubbed the back of his head embarrassedly. Deku, you're okay? All better? Ochako rushed forwards, getting a close look at his nose. K.K.K. Izuku uttered, entirely overwhelmed by having the opposite gender in a position that had even the barest fraction of a possibility to end in a kiss, on top of having the attention of around 20 people on him. Ochako seemed to realize this 5 seconds too late. You're not in any pain, are you? I'm so sorry, she trailed off, trying to ignore the stifled giggles of most of the other girls in class, and the snickering of a few of the boys. Young Midoriya, it's good to see you all patched up. Will, young Bakugo be joining us? All Might boisterously inquired about as delicately as a sledgehammer. No. Izuku hung his head, ashamed. I'm sorry for what happened. Bakugo and I have a history and it got out of hand. It's all my fault, so if you're going to expel anyone, expel me. Uraraka and Ida don't deserve that. Nonsense. Nobody is getting expelled, you all stopped in a timely manner when I made that ultimatum, so as far as I'm concerned, it's water under the bridge. I'll have words with your homeroom teacher and the principal later, but for now don't let that concern you. All Might comforted Izuku, gesturing under Izuku's head to keep his chin up. Back to choosing the MVP. Where were we? Bakugo was a train wreck. Supplied Jiro helpfully. Yes. All Might exclaimed, before realizing what was said. No, that's too mean. I mean it's true. Say what you will about Green's ahem plan, Bakugo's everything was a nightmare. Jiro kept her stance resolutely. He fought pretty well though. He wasn't letting anything stop him, and the control he had over his quirk was spectacular. Ejiro argued, playing devil's advocate. You have no idea. Izuku muttered under his breath. Only Ochako, standing close to him, noticed. Midoriya fought better. He almost bested Bakugo even without his quirk. Shoto's mismatched eyes stared clinically at Izuku, like inspecting something expensive. It's clear he's had some serious training, and Bakugo underestimated him. Do we still agree that Freckles stepping on the bomb counted as a win? For the hero team? Rikido pursed his distinctive lips in thought. Well, Mina scratched between her horns. I dunno. Probably not. Mineta groused, unwilling to give the robot any slack. Sure it does. Dark Shadow spoke up, popping out of Fumicage's chest. If you don't think so, you're plain wrong, stupid humans. Dark Shadow please. The Quirk's wielder pinched the bridge of his beak and shut his eyes as he whined quietly. No! The Quirk refused, its tone slowly taking on a menacing growl. If I got my claws on that bomb, I would shred it to pieces. It wouldn't stand a chance. The umbral nature of this room empowers the demon. I implore you, suppress it. Fumikage groaned dramatically. Huh. Most of the students tilted their heads in confusion. Turn the lights on. Momo explained helpfully. Someone flicked on a light and dark shadow retreated into Fumikage, hissing. If using a quirk doesn't count, then people without them would be the strongest there are. Izuku grumbled under his breath again, too lost in his head. Come again, young Midoriya? All Might asked. Izuku yipped, cursing his lack of a filter between his brain and his mouth. But if using a quirk doesn't count, then why use them at all? Izuku supplied, trying to avoid eye contact with All Might. Well said. I made the decision to give the hero team the victory, and I stand by that decision. All Might reassured him. Izuku was really regretting leaving the nurse's office. Recovery girl punishing his shins hadn't been this bad. Katsuki wasn't even awake yet. Uraraka should be MVP. Izuku pointed to Ochako. Me? Why? Ochako sputtered, shocked at Izuku's generosity. Interesting. This what? All Might rubbed his statuesque chin as he looked back at the footage of the fight. A moment of silence turned into a minute of silence as everyone waited for Izuku to explain himself. Mina was barely containing herself. She was a killer for romance, and blood was in the water. Why not? Izuku finally responded. She did everything right. My plan wouldn't have even worked without her. Nobody seemed to expect this, but as everyone digested it, it started making sense. That's true. Tenya eagerly agreed. Not to mention, her skill with her quirk cannot be understated, even compared to Bakugo's. She certainly kept me on my guard for the entirety of the exercise. I move for Uraraka to be named MVP. Seconded. Momo raised a hand. Ditto. Mina gave Ochako a friendly punch in the shoulder. Affirmative. Freckles joined in. Everyone started violently, jolting away from Izuku, who Freckles was standing over silently as if he had always been there. How the hell does he just show up? Minoru shrieked, clutching to the back of Kirishima's legs. How much of that did he hear? Everything. Freckles stared at the small boy. Even with no face, if looks could kill. Is everyone in agreement, then? All Might tried to wrangle the attention span of the room at large, and could only. C nods to his assessment. So we are. Uraraka is the MVP of the first battle trial. Congratulations. Now, let's see who's competing next. The remainder of the battle trials went off with far less trouble than the first one did. Some of them were far less messy by comparison, especially Shoto's. The Todoroki had simply encased the entire building and its occupants in ice, walked in and touched the bomb with seemingly zero effort. It was a display of power like that, coupled with nothing occupying him the way he'd had at the quirk assessment, that had him working up a mutter storm while jotting down in his notebook. Raw output like that, he's easily got the ability to overwhelm pretty much anyone he wants to. Does he have a limit of ice or a stockpile he draws from, or does he affect the temperature of his surroundings directly? What happens if there's no moisture in the air to freeze? What's the coldest he can make his ice without suffering frostbite? Would Freckles be able to shake the ice off, or does he need to risk hurting himself by shooting missiles at his own feet? The ice spread entirely from his touch, so if it shatters, maybe it will be cut off. So I suppose it's more of a question of if Freckles can get a shake off in time. Izuku muttered, entirely unaware of the expressions he was getting from his classmates. Had Katsuki been there, he probably would have interrupted him with a death threat. Freckles, on the other hand, had made it a habit to only interrupt Izuku to mention that his tactical advice was helpful. Data logged. Anti-glacial meta ability protocol adjusted. Parry onslaught with shake. Freckles noted. Parry this, casual. Hee hee. Denki giggled out loud, then realized Freckles was looking at him. Ahem. Wouldn't it make more sense to just, shoot through ice? Is ice bulletproof? Todoroki seemed to think so, Yesterday he put a shield up to block. Freckles, bullets. Izuku trailed off as he realized he'd been muttering again, and nobody had stopped him. He looked around embarrassedly. Sorry for the muttering, it's a bad habit I have. I know it's creepy, I'll stop. Izuku buried his face in his book a bit. It's not that creepy. Ochako reassured him, unconvincingly. The sweating gave it away. The muttering's not creepy, but do you usually take notes on people's weaknesses? Jiro poked an earjack towards the book in Izuku's hands. No, of course not. Izuku lied. Affirmative. Freckles confirmed at the exact same time. Freckles, Izuku groaned. Okay, newbies, I know this is silly to ask, but who do you think was the MVP that round? All Might returned with the participants of the second battle trial in tow. Izuku slipped his notebook away where it wouldn't be seen. The school day came to a close, but not before Katsuki had returned to their homeroom. After everyone else had gotten some sparring in, the conflict between Izuku, Ochako, Tenya, and Katsuki hadn't seemed like a big deal anymore. He was welcomed back with open arms and was immediately bugged by the likes of Ejiro and Mina. You should have seen it, man. He froze the entire building in seconds. Then he just walked in and won like it was nothing. Ejiro regaled him for only the 80th time in a row. So manly. Shitty hair, if I gave a F dash, I wouldn't have told you to F off 80 times now. Katsuki grumbled roughly, resting an arm over his ribs. His eyes had bags the size of a fat saint's sack. Santa's present sack, get your mind out of the gutter. He was trying to save face and seem tough, but he was exhausted. He wasn't slumped in his chair because of his devil-may-care attitude. He was slumped because he physically couldn't sit up straight. He also didn't have the energy to physically attack either of the goons currently assaulting his eardrums, something they were fully intent on capitalizing on. That big finisher was quite impressive. I'd like to see who would win in a fight. Mina teased. Obviously I would win. Shota declared matter-of-factly, without hesitation. He didn't even look over from where he was sitting, face stoic. Oh, it's Ifang. UFING milk dip Cheeto. Katsuki blew up, exhaustion disappearing from his body as he stumbled to his feet in rage, kicking away his desk. Sit down. Mr. Aizawa barked as he walked into the room, eyes blazing blood-red with a promise to deliver evil unto those with their buttes unseated in the next nanosecond. The class scrambled to take their seats as the teacher slammed a pile of papers down onto his podium, keeping the class's attention sharp. Before I pass out this homework, let's address the elephant in the room. Bakugo. Midoriya. He leaned over the podium, addressing the two directly. Is what happened today going to be a regular occurrence? The two former childhood friends kept their eyes on the floor and shook their heads. No, sir. Izuku meekly denied. Felt like middle school all over again. Nah. Katsuki scowled at being disciplined. But, expulsion aside, I'd give you both detention if I thought we had time for it, but we don't. Make sure you all are punctual tomorrow, there is much to be done. Homework is a peer review of your teammate, due tomorrow. Mr. Aizawa knelt down and pulled the yellow sleeping bag up over his black jumpsuit. Dismissed. Without another word or room for questions, he flipped the hood over his head, zipped up, and tightened the drawstring. Then he flopped right over and fell asleep on the classroom floor. Gaped Izuku, eyes like dinner plates. Scoffed Katsuki, staring at the sleeping bag with a combination of slack-jawed shock and scowling disgust. Cringed Tenya, handing out the last of the papers. Slowly the class filed out, afraid to make a single sound, lest they risk the unconventional teacher's wrath. Outside, the rest of the school went through dismissal alongside Class 1A. Izuku chatted with his friends as they walked towards the gates. I didn't think things could get any more intense than Aizawa-sensei's assessment, but I was dead wrong. Ochako huffed tiredly, slouching a bit under the weight of the day's events. And floating Freckles really took it out of me, even more than jumping around that room. What a rush. If I had 1,000 yen for every time Freckles had gotten onto a roof, I'd have 2,000 yen. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. Thanks for holding on to me while we floated up. I'm not too great with heights. Izuku confessed, blushing slightly at the memory. Really? I didn't know that. You seemed perfectly fine all the other times we floated. Ochako could hardly believe it. If that was too scary, you should have said something, Deku. We could have found things another way. I trusted you not to drop me. Izuku mumbled, blushing even more. It wasn't a big deal or anything, and you make me feel safe. You're a real hero after all. I dunno about all that. I ain't as heroic as you'd think. Ochako stammered, letting her accent slip a bit. I just snort, suppressed Tenya, clasping a hand firmly over his mouth as his glasses fogged with tears, and tried to compose himself as his companions gave him confused looks. Apologies. 1,000 apologies, I was just recalling. Snort. This is highly embarrassing. What? Simply, I was remembering Izuku's plan. Tenya chortled, bending over a bit as he made a barking sound that was entirely unlike any laugh the other two had heard before. Wah wah. Don't lose, wasn't it? Wah ha ha. Ha. I know. I almost sprayed vomit out my nose. Ha ha. Ochako laughed loudly, wiping tears from her eyes. Ha. I know it was bad, but I spent most of my time planning asking All Might about Izuku's excuses, and the jovial mood was cut short as someone shoved their way between him and Ochako. Leech. Laugh it up, extras. Keep laughing. Katsuki glared over his shoulder as he stalked to the gate hurriedly. Both Tenya and Ochako made moves to go after him, but Izuku blocked them with his short but shockingly strong arms, planting them in place. He didn't so much as budge from either of their forces. You great big bully. I oughta. Ochako snarled, trying and failing to climb past her friend. Have you no dignity in defeat? Disgraceful. Tenya readjusted his glasses disdainfully where they had slipped down his face from Izuku's continued blockade, still holding them back silently. You didn't win shit, Deku. Katsuki declared loudly. Next time, keep your lackeys out of it. Let's see who comes out on top then. No lackeys? Fine by me, Bakugo. Izuku grunted, staring right back at him evenly. The implication wasn't lost on Katsuki, but it was the use of his name that rubbed him wrong. Watch your step, duh. His threat was cut off as he turned away scowling, and walked right into something, but it wasn't a lamp post. Freckles stood right in the exit, having appeared out of nowhere. Freckles didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. He just looked at Katsuki, weapons aimed but not primed. Stupid FANGWC Donald's kiosk. Go do some math, dumbass robot. Katsuki grumbled under his breath as he walked his way around the robot, heading for the exit. Freckles tracked him as he went. Wai I yit. A familiar voice called out behind them, and Izuku's face lost a bit of color. A forceful blur swept past the trio, and stopped right behind Katsuki, grabbing his shoulder. I am here. All Might proclaimed. Offering advice like a good teacher. Please stay put for a moment, young Bakugo. I would like to have words with you. Katsuki grunted, not turning around, but not moving. Right then. All Might flourished, and pointedly jerked his head at the other three students. Privately. Please. Yes, All Might. Izuku nodded violently as he switched his arms from in front to behind his friends, and hurriedly pushed them around his two least favorite people ever. He apologized to them repeatedly as he ushered them on their heels right out the gates. It looked like he was pushing two-hand trucks, you know, those box-moving things, dollies, with his friends riding them, except there was no hand truck. Sora saw rissery. Izuku was knocked back to his senses by Ochako's voice. We're 5 blocks away from UA now, Deku. You can let us off the Sorry Express now. Ochako informed him, a bit dazed. Sorry. I'm sorry, I kinda panicked. Izuku apologized again. Sorry. You apologize a lot. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I mean, Izuku hung his head, realizing talking wasn't helping. You have nothing to be sorry for. Tenya stiffly patted down his uniform where it had been ruffled in by Izuku firm pushing. Although I suspect these shoes are now ruined, I go through shoes more regularly than usual with my speed, so it's nothing to be concerned about. Speak for yourself. Ochako grunted as she checked her own heels. Has anyone ever told you that you're like freakishly strong, Deku? Like wow. I didn't mean to ruin your shoes, I just wanted to get away from All Might. I'll pay for them. Izuku offered. Get away from All Might? Why? Ochako asked. I noticed you weren't happy being around him during the trial. So, can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. That I don't have any money on me right now, but I'll bring some tomorrow to buy you new shoes. Izuku promised. His voice and expression sounded hollow. What? Deku, you don't need to. I'll see you guys. Gotta get home before my mom gets worried about me. He gave farewell while walking off briskly, disappearing into the crowded bustle of the rush hour before either of his friends could stop him. Pardon my French, but the F, was that? Ochako exchanged a worried look with Tenya. I haven't a clue. The tall boy tried peering over the crowd, but couldn't see his far shorter friend anywhere. I hope we didn't offend him. Somehow. It wasn't a good night for Izuku. Freckles, having followed his master home invisibly, had attempted to provide emotional support before Izuku went inside. Izuku leaned his head against the robot's thick hull, but he didn't have it in him to talk about anything. He just wanted to sleep. Sleep wasn't much better. His nightmares were filled with the usual repressed crap, stuff about being a quirkless loser and a lying freak. By the time next morning rolled around, Izuku was well rested with a bad mood hanging over his head like a storm cloud. He wasn't angry, per se, just unhappy. That bad mood didn't go away when he saw what, or rather who, was blocking the entrance to UA. What can you tell us about All Might as a teacher? Asked a horde of reporters to every student that tried to cross through the front gate. What's it like learning under the #1 hero? He's okay, I guess, awkwardly remarked an upperclassman. He's really cool. He brought his Silver Age costume to class yesterday, told another upperclassman, a little more enthusiastically. I'm in Gen Ed, you crackheads. Move already. I'm trying to get to class, said a particularly tired-looking purple-haired student, impatiently waiting for a woman reporter to stop blocking his path. The last thing on earth that Izuku felt like being interrogated on was All Might. What was he supposed to say? Wow, All Might is the best hero ever and I want to be just like him when I graduate, and he didn't crush my dreams to a pulp a few months ago nor cause me to attempt suicide, and I don't spend every second in his presence afraid he'll recognize me as the one kid who knows the most devastating secret in Japan that could shake hero society to its core and out me as a quirkless fraud using some robot I found in a pile of junk to regain my shattered dream. Oh, had he not been breathing this whole time? In and out, Deku. Breathe, Demus. Izuku's inner struggle was interrupted by Freckles deciding to pop out of nowhere and take some initiative. Clear a path. Freckles stomped forwards intimidatingly, making reporters scatter to either side of the gate. Oh no. Freckles, wait. Be nice. Izuku ran after his friend, waving his hand to try to stop the robot from attempting to kill anyone. Morning, Midoriya. I'd get to class if I was you. The vultures aren't going to take kindly to your public display of quirk usage. Izuku's teacher drew from the gate, almost smiling as he looked over at the panicked reporters. And all of you, that's enough questions. You've harassed my students enough. All Might isn't even here today. Izuku's mood instantly brightened hearing that. Ushering Freckles past the UA barrier and subtly asking him to cloak back up, he kept a smile on his face as he tried to get to class before his teacher did. The barrier snapped shut behind them as the female reporter tried rushing into the school. Her swears and claims that she'd nearly been killed could be heard. Over the wall. Holding perimeter. Freckles announced to Izuku, before backing up and vanishing without a trace off the entrance path into the greenery. Okay. Izuku called after him. I'll be in classes, don't worry about me. Today, we'll be doing something that will decide your future. Mr. Aizawa announced with the seriousness of someone ready to see death. You all need to pick a class representative. The apprehensive atmosphere of the class evaporated into every single extrovert in the room calling out reasons why they would make the best pick. Politics. Silence, everyone please. Tenya boomed over the ruckus, using the most authority he could muster. The best way to decide would be through a vote. Democracy would yield the best result to our class, as it shows trust in our pick and holds the most faith in each other. Wouldn't everyone just end up voting for themselves though? Tsu asked with brutal honesty, her finger on her chin ponderously. Yeah, you're all cool and stuff, but we've only known each other a few days. Ejiro added. Who can we trust? That means that it would mean a lot that someone did receive multiple votes. If you believe you would be the best for the job, then of course you are welcome to vote for yourself, but think of the class. And again, I cannot apologize enough for my behavior yesterday, and hope it does not affect how you perceive me. I wish to only foster a positive relationship with you all. Tenya added that last bit at the end rather nervously and more than a little pathetically, clearly hoping he would be voted. Ahem. What say you, sensei? Is a vote not the best course of action? I don't care. Just decide before my nap is up. The teacher was already zipped up in his yellow sleeping bag. With that, Tenya took charge distributing papers for people to vote on, and collecting them after, before writing the results down on the board. To Izuku's surprise, and Katsuki's outrage, Izuku won with 3 votes. Momo followed him up with everyone else either had 1 or none. Which of you idiots voted for that loser? I'll kill you. Katsuki raged over the single vote he had gotten from himself. I can't argue with the system I chose. Tenya admitted, clearly disappointed. I voted for him because he is capable, intelligent, and has the heart of a true hero. So be it. Ochako innocently withheld her own vote, for now. Izuku was surprised for 2 reasons. 1, that anyone wanted him as class rep after yesterday. 2, after doing some quick math, something didn't add up. He'd voted for Ochako. Clearly, both of his friends had voted for him. Quill said, Midoriya's cool. We could do a lot worse than him. Denki shrugged, satisfied. I can get behind this. Both he and Yaoyorozu had a bunch of constructive criticism yesterday. I think this could really help us in the long run. Mina joined in, giving a happy thumbs up. Ribbit. Tsuyu enthusiastically croaked. I dunno. What's that walking tank going to do next time one of us makes him mad? Mineta squeaked, cowering under his desk in case the robot showed up again. I'm certain Midoriya wouldn't allow anything to happen to anyone. Momo interjected. Privately, Freckles had earned her respect when he went out of his way to protect his decency. As disappointed as she was that she was only voted second in command, she could still see its merit. Izuku stood next to her nervously at the front of the class, speechless. All right, that's Midoriya as class rep and Yaoyorozu as deputy. Mr. Aizawa said as he woke back up and took back control of the class. Moving on. Yue's lunchroom was a lot like the rest of the school, larger than anything Izuku had seen before, and endlessly impressive. The food was served by the one and only pro-hero Lunch Rush, who cranked 5-star-style meals out en masse. Seriously, does anyone know what Lunch Rush's quirk is? Cause the author of this FIC has no FING clue, and is kind of mad about that. Could be effing Hisashi using the face tube to pump his fire breath into the grill, nobody would ever know. God, the food here is so good. Ochako happily praised as she got a taste of the good life. Sighed. Guys, I don't know about this class rep thing. Izuku sulked, playing with his food. I don't think I'm cut out for it. I voted for Ochako. What? You did? Ochako exclaimed, cheeks bulging with rice. Gulp. I voted for you. You had a great strategy for winning the trial. Really? Izuku asked, rubbing the back of his head. He really needed to get rid of that nervous tic under control. And I meant what I said earlier. You're brave and a true hero. Tenya said matter-of-factly. And you're strong, which is important in a leader. Really strong. Ochako agreed. Like, you pushed us 5 blocks yesterday and threw a chunk of debris almost your size. It's kinda surprising for someone as, no offense, short as you. I know I'm one to talk. I had some hell months of training before the entrance exam. Izuku explained away, dismissing his strength. Look, about yesterday, I should probably explain. I shouldn't have just run off like that. Nonsense. We shouldn't have pushed into something that isn't our business if you don't want it to be. Tenya chopped his arm. You're our friend, we were just worried about you. If you don't want to share, then that won't change. Yeah. Ochako agreed. Izuku shook his head and rifled through his pocket. Even so, it'd probably be good to share. Here you guys go. Izuku held out 2 fists, with some money clenched in them. No, I can't possibly accept. Tenya shook his head, and Ochako crossed her arms. I already had a new pair of shoes on standby, recompensation is unnecessary. Yeah, no, I don't want a handout or anything, my shoes aren't that bad. Ochako protested, crossing her arms. Please. Izuku begged. I'll tell you a secret. Ochako guiltily eyed the money, clearly conflicted. It's not a handout. Paying you for something I broke. Izuku insisted. Let me fix it? Ochako sighed and accepted the money, slightly relieved and definitely excited at the prospect of shopping for something nice. There was a bunch of money here. Where did you get this money from anyways? Are you loaded? Is that the secret? Ochako asked, counting the bills discreetly. No, I just sold some stuff. Some bits and pieces of his All Might collection. Izuku was pretty glad to have an excuse to get rid of some of it without just trashing it. Anyways, I won't tell you why I'm not a fan of All Might, but I will tell you this. Izuku leaned in close, not wanting to be overheard. I was a late bloomer. A what? Ochako was clearly lost. Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of, I mean, you're not that short, Tenya started. Not like that. Izuku quickly corrected them. I was a late bloomer with my quirk. Freckles didn't first appear until almost a year ago. No way? Nobody knew what your quirk was. Ochako gaped, fully comprehending now. Yeah. For the longest time, I didn't even know I had one. Izuku lied. I've gone through most of my life a quirkless loser. Wait a minute, is that why Baku Beach picks on you all the time? Because you didn't have a quirk? Ochako asked, clearly mad. Uraraka. Language. Tenya looked scandalized. That's no way for a hero student to speak. Well, that's no way for anyone to treat someone. Izuku's awesome, and he was bullied for something he couldn't even control? Tell me how that's heroic. Baku argued back. It wasn't just him. Izuku muttered without thinking, then realized he'd just opened Pandora's box. Yeah, pretty much everyone at my old school made fun of me for it too. Even the teachers, Izuku admitted, but was cut off by Tenya. The teachers? How disgraceful. The taller boy nearly snapped his chopsticks as his anger boiled over. With educators like that, it's no wonder Bakugo turned out how he did. Aldera, wasn't it? Yeah. It wasn't great. The school cared more about what Bakugo being accepted into UA meant to Aldera's reputation than it did actually doing a good job teaching. Izuku gave a small smile at the abuse his old school was receiving. At least things got better after I got a quirk. I got respect. Unbelievable. That explains why you can barely control Freckles at some times. Tenya mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You've only known him for less than a year. It's even more impressive what you've mastered knowing you've done so in such little time. What was it like when he first appeared? Ochako asked eagerly, knowing the story ought to be good. He first showed up when I'd gotten into a bit of an accident. Izuku hated lying to his friends, but they deserved to know at least a little more about him. He saved me and he's protected me ever since. He actually trained me to fight and to get strong. Mom fainted the first time she saw him. His friends laughed at that, imagining the giant robot just showing up. Speaking of schools, you went to private school, right? Ochako turned to Tenya. What was that like? The education was invaluable, but I learned a lot more about being a hero from my family. Tenya reminisced. The IDA agency is why I'm here today. No way, hold on a second. You're an IDA? As in the Ingenium hero family? Izuku realized, his nerd brain short-circuiting at the idea that he had been friends with someone part of a much larger hero family. Ingenium is my brother. Tenya admitted proudly. He's the turbo hero and he's my hero. I want to make him proud and carry on the IDA legacy when I graduate. Holy cow, so you're like turbo rich too, right? Ochako demanded. That's so cool. I didn't want to be treated any differently, but I do have a lot to live up to. Tenya explained. Speaking of money, there's something I should probably tell you about too. Ochako was interrupted by alarm bells going off throughout the entire building, and a PA announcement to evacuate the building due to a Level 3 security breach. What's a Level 3 security breach? Tenya asked a third year right next to him. Someone got past the school's barriers. The third year shouted over the din and got out of his seat. It's gotta be a villain attack. I've never seen. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a. The sound of gunfire erupted from outside, and the students began screaming as they ducked for cover and running for their lives. Wait a minute, I know that gun anywhere. Izuku shouted to his friends. That's Freckles. Is he fighting villains? What's going on? Ochako cried out, jostled by the mob around her as they fled through the halls. I can't see anything. Sorry. Izuku tried shoving people away, but there was simply nowhere to shove them. This evacuation is timely, but far too disorganized. Tenya chopped his arm, whacking the top of Izuku's head accidentally in the close proximity. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on. With that, he pushed his way to a window, and what he saw made his jaw drop. The reporters had apparently broken past the barrier, but they hadn't managed to get past Freckles. The robot had drawn a line in the front walkway with bullets, and was continuing to lay down suppressing fire that nobody dared pass. The journalists in the front pushed against those in the back, trying to turn the tide to get away from. Trespassing on school grounds without a student ID or day pass is punishable by death. Freckles declared. Suppressing fire. What the hell? We got rights, shouted a cameraman, actively capturing footage of Freckles blasting the pavement to shreds. Yeah. Just give us all might, demanded the woman who tried crossing the barrier originally. We know he's here. Let us get just one quote. That's enough. All of you, get out of here. Mr. Aizawa, no. Eraserhead stepped out behind Freckles' legs and stood next to the robot with his arms crossed. You all aren't allowed in here. And this isn't a part of UA security, this is a student's quirk protecting them against people like you. I can't control it, so back off before one of you gets real hurt. Yeah. You're lucky we don't just arrest you for this. Present Mike shouted out from the door to the building. You're all giving journalism a bad name. Wait till my listeners hear about this. Grumbling bitterly as they retreated with their tails between their legs, the press backed off towards the destroyed front gate, still filming and speaking into their microphones as they tried to save face. Abruptly, Freckles turned to the left and began priming his missiles towards a hedgerow. Enemy soldier detected. Firing main cannons. He warned, and a skinny figure in a hoodie stood up from the bushes with his arms up. Jeez. I'm going, don't shoot. I just wanted some pictures. The person yelled as they ran for the gate, keeping their hood pulled down over their face. What a JRK, trying to sneak in like that. I didn't even know he was there. Present Mike looked on with a rare frown as the press disappeared into their vans and drove off. Me neither. Freckles. Eraserhead gave the robot an appraising look before marching to the gate. Now, how did this happen? It was the press all along. Tenya exclaimed, having witnessed the whole thing. So there's no need to worry. Unfortunately, he was completely drowned out by the screams of people trying not to get shot. He thought fast, trying to come up with a way to stop everyone from stampeding. Finding Izuku in the crowd, it came to him. Midoriya. Where is Uraraka? He cried, hoping to get floated over the crowd. I don't know. She got swept away. Izuku cried back, still trying to push people away desperately. We have to find her. She might be hurt. There's no time, I need your help. Pick me up. Tenya decided, knowing things were dire. You want me to what? Izuku was dumbfounded, barely able to see Tenya over the tide of heads around them. Lift me over the crowd. Like we said before, you're strong. You can do this. Tenya waded his way closer, grabbing Izuku's shoulders. Hey, sure. Here, take a leg up. Izuku cupped his hands in a step, and Tenya climbed into them and grabbed onto Izuku's head for support. Thank you, Midoriya. You are a true friend. The much taller boy praised as he clambered up. Don't mention it, Izuku grunted out as he held onto Tenya's ankles to keep him balanced. Everyone, there is nothing to worry about. The media just broke into the school. Nobody is attacking us. Tenya called out over the crowd. The bullets were directed at the reporters, not us students. Remain calm and make your school proud. Is it working? Izuku laboriously asked, doing his best to keep still. It doesn't seem to be. I'm going to power my thrusters. Tenya warned him. Midoriya, I'm going to have to ask you to throw me. I can get a better angle from there. Seriously? And that's why Ida should be class representative instead. You all saw it for yourself. He handled the situation much better than I did, and I couldn't even be there to stop Freckles from getting violent with the press. Izuku finished his announcement to the class. I kind of already have a lot on my plate with him. If Midoriya vouches for him, then I'm cool with it. He totally manned up and took charge. I dig it. Ejiro patted Tenya on the back heartily. Thank you. Tenya was clearly happy, although still sore after having visited Recovery Girl. He'd suffered a concussion and worse when he'd been slammed into the wall above the exit tunnel by Izuku's throw. It was quite a sight, and Kaminari still hadn't stopped laughing about the human-shaped dent in the wall. So much for democracy. Momo remarked unhappily. So the doors were disintegrated. The press couldn't have done this. This was the work of villains. Someone cunning infiltrated the school. Principal Nizu summarized, standing at the front gate with Midnight, Recovery Girl, and 13. Luckily, it looks like the Midoriya boys' robot held the line. I don't think we're going to be hearing good things from the media for the next few days, but at least the students are safe. The quirk that was used was a lot like mine, and probably very dangerous. 13 commented. It shouldn't be hard to find someone with a quirk as notable as that, unless their abilities were off the record, or the record's fudged. I got a bad feeling about this. Sir. Hound Dog leapt out of the forestry and landed on all fours, panting hard through his muzzle. We found something else. Oh. On the exact other side of the campus, in an unassuming length of barrier at the rear of the school, something even more concerning. A hole had been punched into the thick steel wall. Literally. These are actual fist dents. Midnight traced her fingertips characteristically into the grooves, and lined her own fist up to compare. Someone punched through the wall and did it without being picked up by security. Nizu bared his teeth as he strode forward to investigate for himself. Now this is an unacceptable oversight. Was it because there was already a lockdown, or did someone actually hack into our system and compromise my contingencies? He thought out loud, clearly a little distressed. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Hound Dog, search the grounds, track which way they went. That's the DMED thing. Nobody came through. I can't smell anyone besides us. Not even a hint. Hound Dog growled, on the verge of losing control out of frustration. How is that possible? Even All Might would work up a sweat punching a hole into this. Recovery Girl whacked the barrier with her cane. Why would someone punch the wall and just walk away? They didn't. IG. Hound Dog stamped on the ground, pulling at his mane as he howled in rage. There was nobody here. House. Iowa. The principal composed himself, smoothing a paw over his fur as he rubbed some rust he had wiped off the dents between his other paw's pads. Curious. What a effing waste of time. All that planning just for a secret boss to jump out of nowhere and almost team wipe me and my distraction. Effing shitty but tower defense bullshit. The hooded figure snarled to himself, cutting through back alleys and stealing clothes from laundry lines to change into in case the pros had gotten his description and were on to him. Now what am I going to effing do? Master has everything ready, the League, the Nomu, and all I needed was a FING level guide to know exactly where and when would be the best time to do the most damage. He kicked a garbage bin, scaring off an alley dog that had been lounging nearby. He scratched at his neck and clawed at his face as he bent down into a fetal position. I can't fail. I can't go back empty-handed, but I can't just infiltrate UA again. They'll know something is up, and be even more prepared. His hands scratched faster and rougher as he talked to himself psychotically. Father, where are you? What should I do? I'm going to kill everyone in that stupid school, including the robots. The Fanji. Behind him, someone stepped on the scattered trash all over the alleyway. He spun around, hands at the ready to turn someone to dust. Standing just feet from him, someone wearing a very rusty suit of very thick-looking armor stared at him through luminous yellow lenses. Their stance was that of someone totally ready to shrug off any attack, hands like shovels tightly balled into fists the size of most people's heads. He towered over the skinny young adult in stolen clothing. A hero? Oh, perfect. The smaller man face-bombed dramatically. Just what I FANG need, a Halo cosplaying idiot come to arrest me. Why the F are you wearing that? What hero are you, Sewer Knight 2, the return of Sheet? Get the F out of here before I kill you, then kill everyone in these houses around us just to feel better. The armored man didn't move an inch. What? Is your mic muted? Can't hear me, a-hole? Scram. He was getting said now, hands itching to turn something to dust. You asked for it, wah. The armored man finally moved, just lifting an arm forward and unclenched his fist. Inside was a piece of paper. The villain snatched it, pinky up, and took a closer look. How did you know I needed this? He demanded, slapping the class schedule with the back of his hand. I'm Shigaraki. Who the hell are you? What do you want from me? The figure finally spoke, but Shigaraki only had more questions. Bakugo, I know you are disappointed at your loss, but look at it this way. This is your starting line. All Might consoled his student with a rousing speech. Everyone thinks that being the mightiest is what makes me a good hero, but it's not. Of course it is. Bakugo barked, wiping tears away with his sleeve. You never lose. I never lose. I lose all the time. I'm losing right now, as a matter of fact. All Might felt his time limit reaching and let it go. Steam billowed from his body as his mass broke down. He coughed up a healthy liter of blood for his trouble. What the goddamn F-. Katsuki stared at All Might like he'd seen a ghost. This is the real me. This wound. Yagi Toshinori lifted his shirt to show off his wound. Is what happens to heroes. It happened to me. It could happen to you, not because you'll lose a fight, but because you'll destroy yourself. Never. Katsuki bared his teeth, backing away from his idol. I'll be better than you. Stronger than you. Nobody is going to stop me from being the top hero. I'll surpass you, just like I'll surpass everyone. Yagi frowned as he watched Katsuki walk away. Just you watch, old man. Yeah, not a good candidate. So, how has your selection been for a successor? Principal Nizu asked him over tea the next day. He'd summoned the number 1 hero for a meeting late into the afternoon. Terrible. All Might poured half his flask into his cup of tea, then downed it in one gulp. Then he just forwent the whole tea thing, and chugged the rest of the flask. It's not that they're all bad, they're all great. But the greatest are so. Ugh. Oh my. You still don't want to give it to the number 1 scorer of the exam? Midoriya? No. That quirk is hardly under control. I don't want to know what giving 1 for all would do to it. Bakugo? No. You saw that footage. Right now my eye is actually on Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. All Might admitted. Both of them are recommendation students. She's wicked smart and he's wicked powerful. I don't know how well the power would be suited to Yaoyorozu's quirk either, though. Todoroki is also just plain weird. He only uses half his quirk for some reason. None of his classmates even know that he can use fire. If he's neglecting half of his power, is he going to neglect 1 for all? Maybe Yaoyorozu is the best pick. Every quirk has pros and cons to empowering it. What do you think of their heroic spirit? Nizu pressed. Some of them have it in spades, others are there for fame and glory, the usual. Too early to tell. All Might grunted. How has the security breach been? Unprecedented and calamitous. The sentient animal placed his cup of tea down and opened a drawer at his desk. He carefully withdrew a bottle of bourbon that looked hilariously big compared to him. Would you mind opening this? Only if you share. All Might popped off the waxed cork with just his thumb, and poured them both a drink into the glasses Nizu set out. I'm currently making arrangements to up security, and I think I've found a suitable way to do that while also giving me more wiggle room. The principal informed him. A big flaw with my security that was exposed is that I couldn't be in two places at once to both manage the break-in and keep on the lookout for more threats. Even if my system was hacked, there were signs that could have given the intruder away if I hadn't been previously engaged. So I'm procuring someone to help. But do you need me around to help buff up security a bit? Just keep your normal schedule. I'll handle security. You handle finding a successor. I still want to see the sports festival. All Might huffed into his drink, coughing a little. I know we can't afford to wait much longer, but it's a tough decision to make, and at the end of the day, it's my decision alone. Well, it's only a month away. Nizu agreed. Very well. To the victor go the spoils. Let's hope nothing happens between now and then to necessitate passing one for all in the meantime.